Li Wenyuan was transported to another world. In his memory, just a minute ago, he was riding a bicycle when suddenly a meteorite fell on him, and the next moment he was already in this magical place. So, today I also had the opportunity to transmigrate. He didn't panic too much. Rather, he quickly accepted his situation and was even pleasantly excited in anticipation of future adventures. Being an avid fan of short stories about the transmigration of souls, he was not at all demoralized by this event. The main database power line has been destroyed. Please restore it as soon as possible. Warning: the Kintian space station is preparing to fall into the stellar atmosphere. Please restart the anti-gravity system. Warning: research area EC-34 has been invaded by an unknown life form. Please deal with this immediately. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I know how to deal with such things? Li Wenyuan felt discomfort from the huge number of red alerts. Just by a rough estimate, he had to deal with more than 10,000 incidents at once, and that number was only growing. Just as he was pondering the sudden incident in a puzzled manner, a sudden sound made his eyes light up. Ding! That sound. That same system. Li Wenyuan instantly became happy. Well, of course. What kind of transmigration would this be without the cheat in the form of a powerful system? Then he heard the sound continue. Warning: the administrative core has been captured by an unknown life form. Damage level 15%. Warning: lost connection to the surveillance system. The planet's self-destruction program is initiated. Li Wenyuan was shocked by these warnings. His joy gave way to a feeling of deep confusion. He still knew little about this world, but he was sure of one thing. In this world, his name was Wenyuan Administrator Matrix, but he didn't have time to wonder why this artificial intelligence had the same name as him. It was unlikely that he could expect to survive the destruction of the planet he was on. In this case, he would be lucky if he became space junk. Mentally, he screamed with all his might, "Stop the self-destruction!" Re-establishing connection with the administrative matrix. The planet's self-destruction program has been stopped. Please deal with the current situation immediately. Originally, it was just an instinctive reaction of a person desperately fighting for survival, but it turned out to be amazingly effective. This made Li Wenyuan realize that he could control the system with the power of thought. Although I can use my command mind, my consciousness did not become a superbrain just because I became an AI. It is simply unrealistic for me to solve all these problems in a short time on my own. Li Wenyuan immediately began to think of a possible solution to the problem. The increasing level of damage to the administrative core forced him to feel that mortal danger was approaching. The administrative core was his body in this world. It was a huge glowing sphere connected by many pipes. If it crashed, then he, as a sentient program, would most likely die along with it. He looked at the most glaring of all warnings. Warning: the automatic protection system has exhausted energy. It stopped working. Show me the current state of energy consumption. He had to deal with this crisis at all costs. A pie chart immediately appeared in front of him, surrounded by a large amount of analyzed data. Although he couldn't understand them, it was enough for his use. Turn off all power for the research and industrial areas and direct it to the automatic protection system. Activation of the automatic protection system. Due to the damage to the main power line, the power will be transferred via the backup line. Remaining time until activation: 15 minutes. Damn, Li Wenyuan cursed. 15 minutes was neither more nor less. But judging by the way the damage to the administrative core was increasing, within these 15 minutes he would already be dead. What other options are there? He clenched his teeth as usual when he was in a difficult situation. Yes, he no longer had humanity bodies, but this did not stop him from feeling that he really clenched his teeth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw a group of robot-like mechanisms. Judging by the data, it was functional. It was just that no one had controlled it yet. These robots were his lifeline in this situation. Connect me to the synthetic humanoid control center. While Li Wenyuan was trying to save himself, there, countless lizard-like aliens were plundering the place where his body was located. Even the smallest of them were 2.5 meters tall. Their bodies were covered with black scales and looked extremely durable. Ordinary weapons would not be able to leave even a scratch on them. Their eyes flickered with greed, and their forked tongues excitedly crawled out from behind their bulbous cheeks, as if they were carefully probing the wealth of this earth. They were notorious space pirates in interstellar space. Boss, the material of this wall. It seems to be living metal. This is a rare resource that sells on the interstellar market for more than 200,000 energy coins per kilogram. The pirate enthusiastically touched the snow-white wall, the enthusiasm in his eyes burning even brighter than when he looked at his beloved. Okay, quickly take it off and take it away. It seems your wife dreamed of a house in the upper city. With this, we can all live comfortably for tens of generations. The captain of this pirate crew waved his hand and urged his comrades to carry this snow-white wall to their ship as quickly as possible. Only the cost of this wall was enough to disband the pirate crew, and their entire catch was so large that the captain preferred not to think about it for now because fears of losing and going crazy with happiness. Looking around, he pulled the chain in his hand and impatiently said to the creature behind him, "Why so slow? Do I need to teach you to walk?" After these words, a thin figure sadly stepped out from under the shadow of the wall. It was a completely different species compared to the lizard-like aliens. She had beast ears and a tail like a cat's tail, and her pupils were vertical, as if she was not used to the strong light here. If Li Wenyuan saw her, he would be shocked because, except for the extra organs, she looked almost the same as man. In the terminology of his past life, this woman was a furry. She was bound in chains and silently followed the pirate captain. Suddenly, her sensitive animal ears twitched as if something had caught her attention. The synthetic humanoid in the corner slowly stood up. His joints, which had not been used for a long time, made the sound of mechanical gears. His previously dull artificial eyes now flashed a dangerous red light. The furry woman's pupils instantly shrank and all the hair on her body stood on end. They looked the same in size, but her intuition told her that this creature was more dangerous than the most powerful sacred animal on her home planet. At the same time, the pirate captain tripped over something. What is this? He lowered his head and saw the body of a synthetic humanoid. It seemed to be a robot that this planet's civilization had made by imitating the shape of its own species. Such robots were everywhere on the planet. Since these synthetic humanoids did not show any signs of life, the pirates did not attach much importance to them and simply focused on robbery. "Fuck off, don't bother me." The captain kicked the humanoid in disgust, but his ankle was suddenly grabbed by a synthetic hand. The humanoid raised his head and his eyes suddenly flashed blood red. The captain immediately had a premonition of something terrible. He quickly aimed his weapon at the synthetic humanoid, preparing to warn his nearby comrades by firing it. But this was followed only by the sound of breaking bones and his screams. Ah! The pirates, who were still engaged in robbery, looked in surprise in the direction of this cry and saw how the synthetic humanoid, without visible difficulty, lifted their captain by the leg. One of his men immediately reacted and fired a volley towards the synthetic humanoid. It was a common standard weapon in interstellar space. It could fire a high-energy laser beam that could cut through a 30-centimeter steel plate in a split second. Their weapon had always been effective against those who were from a lower-level civilization, but now something had gone wrong. The beam of light only burned the skin of the synthetic humanoid, revealing his metal body. The sound of rustling, accompanied by the captain's screams, echoed throughout the entire structure. More and more synthetic humanoids appeared from different places. Some stood on high ground and looked down at them, while others looked down at them. However, each of them had a frightening red glimmer in their eyes. To their horror, the pirates suddenly realized that they were surrounded. Damned bastards! Through the vision of synthetic humanoids, Li Wenyuan saw the lizards wreaking havoc around his body and could not have been inflamed with hatred towards them. These creatures almost led him to death. At the moment, he naturally did not have a good impression of them. Danger identified lizards. When Li Wenyuan raised the danger level for these lizards, the synthetic humanoids stopped being indifferent and turned into killing machines. Damn, what's happening? Why did these robots suddenly start working? One of the pirates shouted, opening fire on the synthetic humanoids. However, he found that he could not harm them in any way. Someone must have activated the planet's self-defense program. Quickly informed the leader. Before the other pirate finished his sentence, the synthetic humanoid grabbed him by the neck, and with what seemed to all observers a deafening crunch, he broke his neck. The rest of the pirates immediately fell into panic and desperately rushed to flee the building. But how could Li Wenyuan let them leave? In response, one of the synthetic humanoids turned his wrist and his hand was replaced by something similar to a cannon. He pointed his hand towards the pirates, and the next moment they all grabbed their heads as one and began to roll on the ground in pain. Screams were heard from all sides but soon died down. The pirates' eyes were bulging and blood was dripping from all parts of their bodies. They were all dead. And this was not yet the deadliest weapon of synthetic humanoids. Its usual effect was simply to render unconscious. But Li Wenyuan slightly increased the power of the weapon so that its effect was more destructive. After he dealt with the most serious crisis, Li Wenyuan was about to relax a little when he noticed that at the crime scene strewn with corpses, there was one trembling figure. This discovery truly surprised him. After all, the weapons of synthetic humanoids were not expected to misfire and were especially effective against living beings. How could anyone survive it? Out of curiosity, he asked one of the synthetic humanoids to approach the figure. Seeing this creature, he could not help but be surprised. Oh, is this the woman? Seeing that the creepy synthetic humanoids were approaching her, she trembled all over and fell on her face, not daring to raise her head. This was a sign of submission among her race. Destroying all the pirates in a few seconds was far beyond anything she knew about fighting a battle. Previously, these same pirates had destroyed everything that stood in their way on her home planet. Even sacred beasts could not harm them. But now they were so easily crushed by unknown creatures. How could she not feel afraid? When the synthetic humanoids approached her, she immediately lost consciousness. Li Wenyuan was puzzled. He had not been here for long, but he had already realized that this planet had been abandoned a long time ago. Apart from pirates, there were no other life forms here. This furry woman was captured by pirates, and she looks very similar to humans. So why is she acting like she's seeing synthetic humanoids for the first time? Their faces were made of bionic skin to resemble human ones as closely as possible. I'll think about it later. There are more important things to do now. Li Wenyuan turned his attention to the other warnings floating in front of him. Show the surveillance records for areas C5, C12, C27, and C34. Surveillance equipment in area C34 has been destroyed. It is impossible to convey the image. These 4 areas were places mentioned in the warnings about the invasion of unknown life forms. Li Wenyuan's heart sank when he heard this answer. Are there synthetic humanoids in area C34? There are 1,500 synthetic humanoids in area C34. The signal is lost on 28 of them. Have the Synthetic Humanoid Control Center connect to their vision to assist in observation. Also command them to search for life in this area. The process is organized. The image in front of him changed, and a huge data line formed a panoramic image in front of Li Wenyuan. It was the sight of a large group of lizards running. Run! Run faster! Let's return to the ship immediately." Their radios broadcast in unison. The captain of this group of pirates rushed forward with all his might, even abandoning all the previously looted treasures. Seeing how synthetic humanoids easily broke the neck of one of his pirates, he immediately abandoned the idea of fighting them with robots and ran to your ship. Only by reaching him and escaping did he have a chance to survive. He made a wise choice and turned out to be smarter than other lizards. Without having to carry resources on himself, he was the first to reach the spaceship and get into the cockpit. When he looked out the window, he could not help but curse, "You damn bunch of idiots!" Apart from him, all the other pirates were still carrying various treasures. And although they were already not far from the ship, the robots were already catching up with them. The captain knew that they would not have time to get to the ship, so he decided to fly away alone. "Boss, why the hell are you gonna leave us like this?" shouted one pirate, seeing that the spaceship began to slowly rise. He immediately shot at the ship with his pistol, trying to stop it from taking off. A ray of light hit the coating on the surface of the ship and bounced off. The captain, noticing this, simply snorted and concentrated on the dashboard in front of him. The ship rose higher and higher, and the pirates who did not have time to climb on board were already drawn into battle with part of the robots pursuing them. The rest of them simply stood, looking at the ship, which was already 10 meters above the ground, as if in impotent anger. Seeing this, the captain finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had lost many fighters and resources, his life was much more valuable than that. Relaxing, he looked around with interest. Suddenly he saw a black dot on top of an extremely tall building. The black dot looked like a robot. The captain suddenly had a bad feeling. Suddenly, the robot he had just noticed suddenly ran towards him so fast and with such force that his mechanical legs left marks on the surface of the building as he jumped. The robot soared into the air and, describing a beautiful arc, was rapidly approaching the spaceship. The captain was in shock. He quickly increased the engine power and barely managed to avoid the robot falling on him. After that, he immediately took the ship into the sky without risking to linger any longer. Only when he reached the stratosphere and was surrounded by a boundless sea of clouds, his bubbling heart finally calmed down. Here, these creepy robots will no longer be able to catch up with me. But as they say, don't wake him up while it's quiet. As soon as he thought about this, several figures suddenly appeared behind the window of the spaceship. These were synthetic humanoids that chased him into the stratosphere. Their legs were replaced with nozzles, allowing them to fly by jet propulsion. In fear, the captain turned the ship towards one of the synthetic humanoids, threatening to crash into it and knock it down. But this was exactly what Li Wenyuan had been waiting for. The synthetic humanoid did not shy away. Instead, as he approached, he glued himself to the window. And no matter how hard the captain tried to throw him off, he did not budge. In the end, under the desperate cries of the captain, the synthetic humanoid broke the glass and pulled the lizard out. After that, the pirate spaceship, having lost control, crashed in an artificial forest. Li Wenyuan immediately turned his attention to other areas. "Do you want to escape? Then I will make sure that you cannot return." Under the pressure of synthetic creatures, the efficiency of cleaning up pirates has increased significantly. Area C5 has been cleared. Area C12 has been cleared. Area C27 has been cleared. After 3 consecutive messages, Li Wenyuan had a carefree smile on his face. He got rid of most of the intruders and interrogated one of them to find out the pirates' target. They were chasing a cargo ship. On board this ship was a man who was ordered by their boss to be captured. The spaceship eventually crashed on this planet, and the pirates, seeing the rare resources and technology, became greedy. They split into 5 small crews to plunder the resources, but now only the pirate leader remained, fighting with his last legs. Increase the number of synthetic humanoids in Area C34. Not a single pirate should leave. Progress is organized. After giving the order, Li Wenyuan looked at Area C-34, which had been mostly searched, and thought. Among this group of pirates, only the leader stood out. The other parties seemed to have come to this area from the very beginning. Moreover, he destroyed surveillance systems along the way. He even quietly eliminated several synthetic humanoids before they went crazy, which confused Li Wenyuan. He testified to the power of synthetic humanoids. With these pirates' weapons, the synthetic humanoids shouldn't care even if they stood still and let the pirates shoot at them all day. So how could they be killed so easily? Increasing his vigilance, he also became increasingly interested in the methods of the pirate leader. Time passed, and within minutes, reinforcements in the form of synthetic humanoids from other zones arrived in Area C-34. Soon, there was only one unread place left. Li Wenyuan was sure that the rest of the pirates were here, so he ordered the synthetic humanoids to surround the place. At this moment, a group of pirates were sitting crouched in the corner of the laboratory, not even daring to breathe loudly. Next to them was the door to engineering room. There was a light on inside, but no one knew who was doing what inside. After a while, the door suddenly opened and a tall lizard came out. His eyes were bright, and a hint of joy flashed across his bulging cheeks, understood only by lizards. "Boss, did you succeed?" "Yes." Although the lizard tried to speak in a calm voice, his trembling was audible to others. It was the leader of the lizard pirates. Now that he had solved a big problem in the laboratory himself, his mood was good. It's like magic. The technology of these lost civilizations is truly amazing. Of course, why else could the coordinates of a lost planet be sold for such a high price and cause a war between interstellar civilizations? At this moment, the pirate leader's tone changed, and he said with a serious expression, "We must leave this place while the defense system is fully activated. Synthetic humanoids are a sign that even greater dangers await us." Having said this, the pirate leader was left with some residual fear. When he realized that it was a lost planet, the greed in his heart had long been left behind. He had long heard about the mysterious technology of the lost planets. Moreover, he wanted to solve the problem with his genes, which is why he came here, to become a slave who is forced to obey the orders of the higher ranks in order to commit crimes and form a crew of pirates, which became the secret force of this man. Unfortunately, his instructions did not turn out to be effective. When he noticed that he had lost contact with all four groups of his people, he realized that this seemingly harmless lost planet had experienced an unknown change. The best choice was to immediately leave the planet in a spaceship, but he just didn't want to give up after that, as he found the solution. So he ordered the pirate mothership parked in space to fly to this planet while he used the equipment in this laboratory to perfectly solve his genetic problem. Now was a good moment to escape. Taking a deep breath, the pirate leader's eyes became fierce, and he pulled the strange machine out of his hand, saying, "Get ready, we are about to break through. The mothership is arriving." When the other pirates heard this, they immediately prepared for battle positions. The pirate leader then opened the door to the laboratory. As expected, he saw a black mass of synthetic humanoids. Seeing this, he immediately activated the strange machine in his hand. From that moment on, the glowing red eyes of the synthetic humanoids suddenly stopped moving. Then the red light in their eyes gradually disappeared. They were forced to shut down. The pirate leader was delighted not only because of the powerful effect of this strange machine, but also because of the approaching pirate mothership in his field of vision. As expected, this black market merchant did not lie to me. This weapon from a level 2 civilization is really effective against robots. At this moment, he felt that his money was well spent. Li Wenyuan, who was in the data world, now found himself in a difficult situation. He wasn't sure how to deal with the remaining pirates. He didn't know what kind of machine it was, but it was indeed powerful. It instantly shut down most of the synthetic humanoids he was controlling. Those synthetic humanoids with whom he had lost contact should also have been defeated by this machine. This made Li Wenyuan, who temporarily had no other means of attack, feel a little uneasy. I have no choice but to let them go like this. He did not want to give up and began to rack his brains for a solution. Fortunately, a new system message appeared almost immediately. Weapon Level 2 civilization detected. Weapon level locked and reduced to Level 4. Additional administrative rights have been granted. Li Wenyuan's eyes brightened when he heard this. He looked at the fully charged automatic defense system, which could be activated at any moment. From the beginning, the system showed that he did not have enough authority, but now it seemed that he would finally be able to control it. Activate the automatic defense system. Progress is organized. Synthetic humanoids with elementary weapons are available. Space interceptors are activated. The planetary shield generator is activated. The automatic defense system is fully activated. After this order, the synthetic humanoids that were turned off suddenly started working again. They raised their heads in unison, and the dangerous red light in their eyes instantly shot towards the excited pirate leader, causing him to tremble. Seeing that the synthetic humanoids could move again, the embarrassed pirate leader hurried to activate the strange machine in his hand, only to find that this time it lost its effectiveness. A blue shield rushed through the bodies of the synthetic humanoids and blocked the influence of the strange machine on them, which caused horror to the pirate leader. He looked up at the sky and placed his hope in the mothership, but discovered with despair that a blue one had descended from the sky beam, falling on the mothership and preventing it from moving. It was an interception beam launched by a space interceptor. In the era of high-speed aircraft, the device stopped many speed violators. Now it became part of the automatic defense system. The pirate leader knew that the killing machines would not let him go. In desperation, he finally shouted, "I am a subordinate of the Grand Duke of Yingxia. If you kill me, he will not remain idle." He hoped that the person behind the synthetic humanoids would hear this and spare him for the sake of Grand Duke Yingxia. The synthetic humanoids actually stopped for a moment when they heard this threat, but it only lasted for a few seconds. Li Wenyuan, who was in the virtual world, thought about the situation and immediately ordered an attack. He knew that letting the enemy go would only bring great disasters. Judging by their greed for this place, he knew that this planet must be of extremely high value for reasons he was unaware of. Letting these pirates go was tantamount to spreading the news, "There is treasure here," throughout interstellar space. In the end, this will only lead to more enemies. In contrast, if he kills this guy now, he will temporarily oppose the Grand Duke of Yingxia. Under Li Wenyuan's order, the synthetic humanoid standing in front raised their hands and pointed at the trembling pirates. With a bright flash, high-energy beams shot out from the palms of the synthetic humanoids, instantly killing these lizards. The flashing warning panels in front of Li Wenyuan's eyes finally decreased in number. He continued to consider the remaining issues, realizing that he still had a long way to go. God Sovereign, who would have thought that I will have to work on the 996 system on the first day of transmigration? With a sigh, Li Wenyuan called up the energy management interface. The current production capacity of the planet is 100,000 units of energy. Energy consumption of the automatic defense system, 800 units of energy. Energy consumption structures, 72,000 units of energy. Current energy gain, 50 units of energy. Looking at the list of unknown things that consumed energy, Li Wenyuan felt a headache. This was the energy that kept the planet's system running. He had to keep the energy gain at a positive level to ensure minimal problems for the planet, even if he had to turn off some other devices. He also tried to turn off these unknown structures, but was told that for this He had not enough powers. I need to find a way to increase the planet's energy production first. At the very least, we need to restart these disabled devices. He began to think actively and suddenly remembered the origin of these pirates. They were chasing a cargo ship that crashed here. A cargo ship. Perhaps it was carrying something useful, right? Thinking of this, Li Wenyuan imagined this image. The spaceship, broken into pieces and still emitting thick smoke, landed in an artificial forest. God knows how many things are left that can be saved. After Li Wenyuan gave the order to the synthetic humanoids, he began to watch what was happening on camera. The bodies of the lizard pirates were disposed of. Besides the robots repairing the ship, there was also a very special creature here. It was a humanoid creature with cat ears and a tail. At the moment, she was worshipping in front of a huge glowing ball, her hands folded as if praying. She was a furry woman who was kidnapped by pirates. According to the pirates who were interrogated, she was the target of their trip, cargo hidden on a cargo spaceship. Before the cargo ship crashed, she tried to escape but was eventually caught by the pirates. Then, by chance, she was saved by Li Wenyuan. Now, she seemed to believe that there was a god on this planet who was protecting her. In the virtual world, Li Wenyuan thought for a while and asked the synthetic humanoid to bring a small device. Put this on her. Following his instructions, the synthetic humanoid put it on furry woman's head with headphones. This was what he got from the pirates. It was said to be a brainwave transducer that could read a target's thoughts by translating their brain waves. The pirates used it to get the information they wanted, but after Li Wenyuan easily deciphered it, he used it on the pirates. Now this, the female furry, was the second user. The movement of the synthetic humanoid did not cause any reaction from her. She continued to pray reverently, completely oblivious to the outside world. Li Wenyuan heard her thoughts. God bless. Bless. So she's really praying? Li Wenyuan was a little confused, but there were some things he wanted to know through this furry woman, so he coughed, The furry woman's pleading eyes suddenly widened, and she pressed her hands to her eardrum. She looked around in shock, as if she had heard something. This was the second function of the brainwave converter. It could also convert received signals into brainwaves, allowing the user to directly hear other people's thoughts in their mind. Under Li Wenyuan's control, the brainwave converter could already convert the digital signals it sent into information that the brain could understand, allowing it communicate with different species. God. Is this the voice of God? The female furry interpreted the voice in her mind as the words of God. On her home planet, only God's chosen people encountered such a situation. Li Wenyuan was silent for a moment. While he lamented that the furry woman was clearly quite ignorant, he decided to correct her thoughts a little. If he could make her awestruck as a believer, he could gain more information, right? The gods have long been consigned to the dustbin of history. There is only administrator here. Li Wenyuan's voice was normal, but when it reached the furry woman's heart, it was different. What she heard was the rumbling voice. The owner of the voice seemed to come from another world and witness the beginning and end of the universe, possessing an indifferent calm. Such a majestic voice made her lower her body and tense up, not daring to make any movements that could exceed her limits. It was this Li Wenyuan wanted it. It was not for nothing that he added a little special effect to his voice signal to make it sound very majestic. God, oh no, Lord Administrator, thank you for saving Lillian. Lillian's voice trembled with fear when she encountered this mysterious and powerful being. Meanwhile, Li Wenyuan was already thinking in his heart, Lillian, huh? It looks like a Western name, but is pronounced a little differently than in English. This is due to language changes over a long period of time. After some thought, Li Wenyuan looked at the nervous Lillian through the eyes of a synthetic humanoid and asked the question that interested him most. Do you know about humans? Lillian's gaze became blank, as if she absolutely did not understand what the administrator's oracle was asking her. After Li Wenyuan ordered the synthetic humanoid to take Lillian and arrange a place for her, he quickly scrolled through the many red warnings in the virtual world. Lillian, very human-like, knew nothing about the existence of people. No matter how you look at it, this planet looked like the Earth from the distant future, only without a single person on it. Apart from the lizard-like pirates, the closest thing to them here was Lillian. Maybe other monkeys evolved in this universe, not the ancestors of humans. Li Wenyuan had thought about this before, but after observing Lillian for a while, he quickly discarded the idea. He would rather believe that this creature was genetically modified rather than evolved. Okay, he could think about it later. He had more important things to do now. Well, let's see what we have here. Found it. He pulled one of the red alerts to the forefront. Danger. The database core's power line has been destroyed. Please restore it as soon as possible. The database core held all the planet's secrets, but it lost contact with Li Wenyuan due to a failure power supply, and its power consumption was astronomical. If I can fully activate it, then maybe I can understand everything, right? Li Wenyuan's eyes flashed, and he placed this warning in the most prominent place. Right now, he was powerless to do anything. He needed to focus on other things. I hope the synthetic humanoids will bring me good news. Scene on the screen spun and soon stopped, showing a place under the sky covered with thick smoke. A huge spaceship, covering an area of more than 20 football fields, crashed there. Falling in the air, it broke into pieces, and debris were scattered over a radius of hundreds of kilometers, making the search difficult for synthetic humanoids. As the synthetic humanoids worked, valuable items were gradually recovered from the destroyed spaceship. Invasion completed. Comparison with database core. Warning: unable to connect to database core. Comparison with shared database. The star map has been updated. The Atlas of Living Forms has been updated. Language: Galactic Lingua Franca, Laburn, and Segulese have been introduced. A new technology has been added to the technology tree. Finding the crashed spaceship really brought Li Wenyuan a pleasant experience astonishment. The most important find was definitely the star map of this star field, which also made him realize that deciphering the spaceship systems could bring him great benefits. Thus, he instantly turned his attention to several captured pirate ships. Keep deciphering the pirate ship systems. The invasion has begun. Remaining time, 5 minutes. After receiving the order, Li Wenyuan first opened the star map and checked the current interstellar environment. The star map does not contain the coordinates of this place, which means that this place is likely not yet in the sight of other interstellar civilizations. Although this universe does not seem to function according to the law of the Dark Forest, I still have to be on guard against enemies who may invade at any time. And there is also this Grand Duke Ying Xing. If possible, I need to rebuild the industrial system here. At least we should have some space battleships to defend ourselves, right? Oh, there's a trading center in a nearby star system. Maybe I can find a way to get what we need to rebuild the planet things there? Li Wenyuan scanned the information very quickly. He had already begun to get used to his digital consciousness, and could now read 10 lines of virtual world data at a glance without errors. Before the new invasion was completed, he had already looked at the star map and studied the resources salvaged from the crashed spaceship. Energy goods almost everyone was destroyed, and the explosion caused by them may have been the real reason for the ship's disintegration, but Li Wenyuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the accumulated metal near the crashed spaceship. There were probably tens of thousands of tons of these things in there, and he felt they should last a while. He began moving red warning signs into the to-be-repaired areas of the virtual world, muttering, "Let's see what I can fix with these." After some time, after he had confirmed this over and over again, he exclaimed, Why can't I fix anything? The metal used does not meet the design standards. Power structure. Site A91, level 4, singular point. Materials that he had never even heard of. Looks like I'll have to go to the Interstellar Trading Center. Even if I can't buy something, I should at least find out the price of the goods in the interstellar market and what the standard currency is. How once he decided to go to the trade center, the decryption of the pirate ship systems was completed. Invasion completed. Comparison with database core. Warning: it is not possible to connect to the database core. Comparison with shared database. The star map has been updated. A new technology has been added to the technology tree. Li Wenyuan took a look at the information provided by the pirate ships and found nothing new. The only valuable thing was that the location of the pirates was marked. He would be able to take this hidden resource in the future. He then landed the pirate ship's main ship on Earth and arranged for dozens of synthetic humanoids to board the ship. They would become his avatars when visiting the interstellar market to trade. It was a huge space battleship. Although it was several times smaller than a cargo spaceship, it had very basic weapons and a warehouse for goods. Currently, this was the only space travel-capable ship that Li Wenyuan had. The synthetic humanoids he selected were also carefully selected. They could self-destruct at critical moments so that their origin would not be traced. As for Li Wenyuan himself, he was thinking about what he should bring to the interstellar market for trade. A pirate ship can only transport part of this pile of useless metal, and God knows how much they cost. Speaking of something else, the pirates seem to have cut off the walls here, right? Those greedy guys probably didn't do anything useless, which means... With such thoughts, Li Wenyuan looked at the structure nearby with its body, where the administrative core was located. There was a huge wall glowing with a silvery light. Looking at the walls equivalent to clothes for his body, he had a strange idea to cut off some and sell. After all, I have already become a program. I don't need to feel ashamed. Yet, Li Wenyuan calmed himself down and asked the synthetic humanoids to cut off a cubic meter of silvery metal and load it onto the pirate ship. When everything was ready, Li Wenyuan tried to separate some of the data that made up his huge program and transfer it to the pirate ship's system. At the same time, he also eliminated possible hidden threats in the ship's system. Since he was now a program, he wanted to see if it would allow him to directly control the pirate ship and use it as a means to control synthetic humanoids. This was his first experience of flying in interstellar space, his first encounter with the vast universe. If he failed to receive up-to-date information about what was happening around him, he would always feel a hidden threat. Soon the test results became known. Sensing the pirate ship, which seemed to be an extension of his consciousness, Li Wenyuan expressed surprise. It works? It seems that this administrative matrix of mine there are many secrets. Can I do the same and transfer some of my data into synthetic humanoids? Li Wenyuan had such a thought, but he did not immediately implement it. He felt that the situation now was already good enough, and he did not need to appear as a separate individual just yet. The tail of the pirate ship slowly emitted a stream of air, which gradually increased in size. Soon, it passed through the planet's atmosphere and left the planet's gravity zone. In the universe, with the help of the vision of synthetic humanoids, Li Wenyuan saw the planet he was on for the first time. Large areas of destroyed ruins were visible on the beautiful blue surface of the planet. A huge barrier field covering the entire planet blinked for a minute as the ship passed through it, and then became transparent again, blocking the entry of all kinds of space debris. A satellite riddled with funnels revolved around the planet. Through the ship's window, many buildings were visible on the surface of the satellite. There are 7 more in this star system. Planets revolved around the star, and a giant space station, not controlled by anyone, was slowly falling towards the star under the influence of its gravity. This was the King Tian space station mentioned earlier in the warning, and the so-called fall should have become inevitable in at least 200 years. If I have the opportunity, I must restore this space station. It seems that the space battleship will also have to go through it. Taking his eyes off the star, Li Wenyuan looked into the distant void. His core program was still in the administrative core, and he gradually calmed down. Entering the sea of stars was an inevitable path in the future. Sooner or later he will have to go through this. It is better to become an unrivaled being before being discovered by invaders from other civilizations. This is the only way he can ensure his safety. Having made a decision, the ship accelerated and a bright light appeared on its surface, enveloping the ship like a bubble. The next moment, a stream of light engulfed the ship and disappeared from interstellar space. When it appeared again, it was already in another galaxy. This was the most ordinary galaxy, and there were no planets worthy of attention. However, the number of ships around was enormous. The reason for this was a huge space station, towering above the star as if it would never fall on it. Chapter 5. For the first time in the skies, dear interstellar travelers, welcome to the Kuribo Trade Enclave. No 13. You all still fussing and running around because your mech isn't strong enough. Kuribo has the materials you need. Are you still worried that your warship is not as advanced as others? Kuribo has the technology you need. Are you still worried about resource imbalance? Kuribo has the market you need. No matter what race or civilization you are from, be it organic, intellectual, materialistic, or idealistic, everything you need is here. The broadcast from the shopping center was heard throughout galaxy. Li Wenyuan, who had just entered this galaxy, naturally also received it. Kuribo Trading Company? Judging by the name, it seems that they are quite powerful guys, he admired. Such a company, which could have shopping centers in different parts of interstellar space, must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, the pirates roaming everywhere would have taken their lives long ago. The Kuribo Trading Company by its name sounded like an ordinary business, but it was perhaps more powerful than other interstellar civilizations. And some of them could even be only its subsidiaries. The inhabitants of such civilizations would then be its employees, responsible for providing resources and manpower. After thinking about this, Li Wenyuan began to pay more attention to this journey. He had to not only ensure his safety, but also get enough information. While he was doubting whether he should immediately head to the shopping center, a communication request suddenly appeared on the screen of his ship's system. Message from security? Are they going to chase me away? Because the ship belonged to pirates? Li Wenyuan thought, starting to get a little nervous. After all, he wasn't sure whether the mall would accept the pirate ship for docking. After some hesitation, he finally accepted the request. If the other side did not attack him immediately, then it would be possible to try to negotiate. Once the connection was established, an image of a large alien with brown hair, 4 eyes, and an overall appearance similar to a standing bear appeared on the screen. As soon as he appeared, he immediately swore, "Hey, hey, hey, Tony, you dirty rat. Since when did you upgrade the ship's security to this level? I can't even give you an ID signal. This time your guarantee fee will double, no, quadruple." Cursing, the alien suddenly realized that something was wrong. His 4 eyes widened when he saw the synthetic humanoids in the cockpit. "Who are you guys anyway? Oh, I got it. The red tongues have fallen, right? I knew they couldn't last long. Apart from Tony, who is a little smarter, the rest are nothing more than a ragtag team." The bear-like alien raised its strong claws and rubbed its eyes. He looked as if he was talking about an old friend and was a little sad. This scene made Li Wenyuan hesitate about whether he should leave immediately. If the alien was determined to take revenge on the pirates, then the ship in his hands was no match for the enemy. However, the next moment the alien returned to his previous expression, as if nothing had happened, and poorly hidden greed appeared in his arrogant gaze. "You're new here, so Perhaps you don't know the rules here. Your pirate ship is wanted by the Labor Federation. Strictly speaking, I can't let you in. However, Kuribo always follows the principle that anyone can come and make a deal. The Labor Federation is not a threat to us. Therefore, as long as you pay enough fee, you can enter this galaxy. The alien narrowed his eyes and continued in a softer tone. Speaking of which, looking at the shabby appearance of your ship, I don't think you have anything valuable for trade. Since this is your first visit, I will only take 30% of the transaction tax as security. But in the future, it will be the standard 50%. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that your pirate ship will be able to leave this place safely. He specifically emphasized the word pirate ship, which made Li Wenyuan pause for a moment. In the virtual world, he frowned and was about to argue, but he quickly calmed down and decided to make this compromise. He didn't expect such a large corporation to have so many abusive employees, but he had no other choice. There was no benefit in annoying this alien, who is essentially the security captain here. The bear-like alien looked at the ship with satisfaction and gave it the label satisfactory. Li Wenyuan calmed himself as he approached the space station. Even if this silver metal is very valuable, it is so scarce that it can only be sold for a few coins. As the ship approached, it attracted the attention of many. After all, such old antiques are no longer popular in interstellar space. It was quite exciting to see him now. While passers-by were whispering to each other, the ship's system was controlling the ship's docking at the space station. After some of the synthetic humanoids disembarked, Li Wenyuan could see the interior of the exchange through their eyes. Countless strange creatures were walking back and forth. Some looked like huge stones. Some were born with huge wings, and some were robots that looked like synthetic humanoids, but their eyes were full of wisdom. There were also those whose body was a sponge immersed in the free-moving water tank of the machine, communicating with other beings through the speakers. Li Wenyuan, now looking at the real interstellar space, was deeply shocked. He didn't dare to imagine that there were so many intelligent races in this universe. He then immediately threw it into the background. The universe was vast and full of wonders. Although death was the main melody of the universe, rebirth was also one of the main phenomena that could not be ignored. Ordering the synthetic humanoids, Li Wenyuan quickly caught his attention with a variety of goods. Oh, they are selling a spaceship here? Let's look at the price. 10,000 energy coins for an old frigate with insurance for 10 years. I wonder if it's cheap or expensive. Technological diagram of a second-level civilization. Miniature-controlled nuclear fusion. Price: 600,000 energy coins. Apparently the technology here is really very valuable. Oh, they even sell the coordinates of the planet. The price of the coordinates of the mysterious lost planet is 10 million energy coins. Isn't that too much? Looking at himself from the outside, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but sigh. He was like a tourist who was interested in absolutely everything in interstellar space. It's a pity that he had nothing now. Although he wanted to purchase these goods, he had to go to the official exchange here, the Kuribo Enclave Exchange Center. It was a huge complex facility located in the center of the entire space station, with thousands of people always bustling around here. This was the real purpose of Li Wenyuan's journey. It was here that he would take his first steps in interstellar communication. In the shopping center of the Kuribo Enclave, two robots were having a conversation. One of them was a synthetic humanoid controlled by Li Wenyuan, and the other was a service robot. "Hello, sir. How can I help you? Is it possible to appraise the value of goods here?" "Of course, and we do not charge an appraisal fee. If you want, you can go to the evaluation room on the second floor." With the help of the service robot, Li Wenyuan soon found the evaluation room and sat comfortably in it. The so-called evaluation room was actually a huge automated device. Countless people sat placing the samples they wanted to evaluate into a large box in front of their seats. The automated equipment stored the item in a closed scanning space and then displayed the results on a screen that only the person on site could see. This saved Li Wenyuan for evaluations. Results appeared instantly. Evaluated item, Morton Standard Reinforced Alloy, description, an alloy produced in the Morton Galaxy, one of the lowest quality metal products. Market price, approximate, 0.1 energy coin per ton. As expected, this is trash. Li Wenyuan couldn't help but let out a disappointed sigh when he saw the result. The alloy from the cargo spaceship could not be sold even at the price of the old frigate. He did not give up. He then asked the synthetic humanoid to take out the second item. It was a weapon similar to a pistol, but the barrel of the pistol was shaped like a horn. This was what he received from the pirate leader. It seemed to be a weapon of a Tier 2 civilization or something like that. Valued item, miniature interference device, Tier 2. Description: individual interference wave transmitter produced by a Tier 2 civilization, obsolete. Market price, approximate, 100 energy coins. After all, this is also junk. The item that Li Wenyuan had high hopes for was also identified as junk, which made him sad. The technological blueprint of a second-level civilization that I saw earlier could be sold for 600,000 energy coins, so I thought that this weapon would cost about the same. It seems I was too naive. Frustrated, he ordered the synthetic humanoid to retrieve the third item for evaluation. It was a mysterious metal cut from the wall next to his body. I hope the pirates have better judgment. He had no choice but to throw a sample of the mysterious metal into the evaluation box, but this time the evaluation took a lot of time. What's going on here? Is it really such rubbish that it can't be appraised? Li Wenyuan began to feel his heart turning cold. Then, the appraisal results slowly appeared before his eyes. Item being appraised, living metal, description, an extremely valuable strategic metal resource. Living metal is unparalleled as a key part of some projects. Previously, it was believed that it could only form naturally under extremely harsh conditions. Currently, only a few mysterious civilizations have permanent distribution channels. Most of the living metal on the market comes from the exploration of various lost planets by interstellar seekers. Market price: 200,000 energy coins per kilogram. Repurchase of living metal mining technology. In-person negotiations. Note: hello friend. I am the person in charge in this trading enclave. I was very surprised to see real live metal here. Are you interested in a personal meeting? We will be happy to offer you a price that suits you. If you agree, please do not leave the evaluation room yet. We will arrange a meeting for you in our VIP room. This unexpected surprise made Li Wenyuan very happy. He really didn't expect his clothes to cost so much money. He briefly felt the urge to strip off and sell all his clothes as startup capital. However, this idea was quickly discarded. From the description, it became clear that living metal is an extremely important resource. If he is sold en masse on the market for a short time, he, as a seller, will definitely be discovered. At this point, the place where his main body is located will be in danger. But if I only sell a little, it shouldn't cause too much trouble. He urgently needed startup funds to repair his home planet. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk. According to the records, Li Wenyuan left the synthetic humanoid in place and instructed other synthetic humanoids to roam around the exchange center in search of the necessary resources. A short time later, a group of robots approached the second floor where the evaluation room was located. They had a silver-white reflective surface and every movement of their metal limbs was synchronized. Their eye cameras also rotated constantly, and soon they focused on the position of the synthetic humanoid. They then walked up and said in a very standard mechanical voice, "The greeting team is in place. The deviation is 2.99%. The communication signal is normal. Destination, 125th floor. The route is planned. Their incomprehensible words stunned Li Wenyuan. He barely understood what they meant. So they want me to go to the 125th floor? He controlled the synthetic humanoid and took the elevator to the 125th floor. The controller that controlled the robots was also confused. Isn't this the latest trend among artificial intelligence civilizations? Does this AI seem not interested in this style of communication? Oh no, I didn't manage to make a good impression. My salary will be cut again. The controller lamented that his low salary would be cut again. However, this had nothing to do with Li Wenyuan. He easily climbed to the 125th floor. This was a VIP room, and only those who counted partners of the Kuribo trading company could have come here. And today, Li Wenyuan became one of them. As soon as the elevator doors opened, an alien approached him. The alien had large fan-shaped ears, and his prominent cheeks were covered with hair and a beard. The eyes sparkled with the keen sense of a merchant. The part of his body below the chest was replaced with mechanical prosthetics and covered with bionic skin. Although he hid himself with clothes, thanks to the powerful scanning capabilities of the synthetic humanoid, Li Wenyuan could determine that at least 2/3 of the alien's body was mechanical. "Hello, my friend. I am the person in charge here. Just call me Blaning. How can I call you?" The manager greeted Li Wenyuan with great enthusiasm. Only then did Li Wenyuan remember that he had never thought about the name issue. After a little hesitation, Li Wenyuan decided to use the code name he told Lillian earlier to refer to himself. "I'm the administrator." "Administrator?" This simple word seemed to stun Blaning, and his eyes suddenly showed understanding. Then his expression immediately became serious. With a wave of his hand, the environment changed from the VIP room to the conference room. It turned out that the previous scene was a projection, and this conference room was the original view of the room. After that, he changed his previous enthusiastic expression and said in a very formal and deep voice, "I understand. I know that artificial intelligence civilizations have never liked to beat around the bush, so I will say it straight. Now I act as a diplomatic ambassador, and on behalf of the Kuribo Trading Company, I would like to acquire all the living metals you have in the form of inter-civilization trade. I will buy as much as you have. You can state your requirements and I will do my best to meet them." After his words, several blurry projections appeared in the conference room. It seemed that they were high-ranking officials from the trading company who had come to discuss the deal. Li Wenyuan, who was in the virtual world, frowned. After thinking for a while, he replied through the synthetic humanoid, "The process will be organized." The sudden change in the situation in the VIP room instantly alerted Li Wenyuan, and he seemed to begin to understand what had just happened. The alien named Blaning apparently decided that the synthetic humanoid standing in front of him is an envoy of one of the artificial intelligence civilizations. Such civilizations usually represented a collective consciousness for many intelligent machines. Each of them was nothing more than a derivative of one huge consciousness, and only in some special representatives it was semi-independent. In the era of interstellar travel, the bionic skin on the surface of a synthetic humanoid did little to hide its true nature, and it was quite easy to discover that it was a robot. After careful consideration, Li Wenyuan decided to continue according to his interlocutor's words. If he could make them think that the creature sitting opposite him represented a civilization rather than an individual, then his future would be much safer. He had always assumed that the interstellar society wishes him harm, so he never lowered his vigilance. The process will be organized. Li Wenyuan parodied the voice that he often heard in the virtual world and saw how Blaning exhaled in relief. Then Blaning asked his first question. "Then, may I ask, how much living metal do you have for sale?" As one of the rarest metals in interstellar space, living metal has always been in high demand. Even if you wanted to buy it, it might simply not be on the market. Almost all the metal was monopolized by a few major players, and only a few random samples of living metal came from interstellar adventurers. Although Kuribo was a powerful company, it was unable to get its share of the pie due to its later founding. Therefore, when news of the availability of living metal in the border galaxy number 13, the highest echelons of the company immediately attached great importance to this. Having learned that the living metal did not come from an adventurer, but from a robot from an artificial intelligence civilization, they immediately felt that this was their chance. Except perhaps the mysterious ancient civilizations, no one else in interstellar space will miss the opportunity to obtain living metal. This was due not only to its rarity, but also to the technology associated with the further development of civilization, which requires a sufficiently large supply of living metal. Li Wenyuan, being in deep thought, decided using a method that could probably only be used by an artificial intelligence civilization to demonstrate the living metal he had brought. With that thought, the synthetic humanoid's artificial eye blinked and released a projection beam. A square piece of silver metal was projected into the center of the conference room. At the same time, a large amount of data was noted next to the projection, regardless of whether the aliens understood it or not. Blanning's pupils shrank and he said in disbelief, "So much? This amount? This is almost an annual production for the entire Milky Way." Li Wenyuan naturally heard the surprised remark and was very interested in analyzing it. After all, from an ordinary point of view, a cubic meter of living metal was not even comparable to a ton of sand. Why are interstellar civilizations fighting over it? He was curious, but the synthetic humanoid remained indifferent. His appearance did not change. The blurred projections of the upper echelons of Kuribo also began to tremble, as if whispering to each other. After some time, it seemed that Blanning received an order from his superiors and proposed, "We really want to trade with you and are ready to agree on a long-term partnership regarding the living metal with a 50% surcharge. If you agree to entrust the Kuribo Trading Company to become the exclusive distributor, the price can be increased by up to 200%. What do you think of it? 200% bonus?" The virtual world made Li Wenyuan silently surprised. Suppressing a bout of greed associated with the desire to immediately sell all the living metal available, he rejected Blanning's offer. In the end, he did not know how to produce this metal. What if he needs it in the future? In addition, he understood that he should not reveal his wealth to anyone. If this interstellar company confirms that it has the ability to supply living metal in large quantities, they can immediately take steps against it. Seeing that the synthetic humanoid did not give his answer, Blanning continued as if nothing had happened. "Although I am sorry that I could not reach an agreement with you, Kuribo Trading Company will always be your best partner. Then, should I transfer the energy coins needed to purchase this batch of living metal to your civilization's credit account through an interstellar bank, or will you transport them yourself? Bank account? Transportation?" Li Wenyuan, while controlling the synthetic humanoid, thought in a daze. After thinking for a while, he decided to answer, "We don't accept energy coins yet. Our demands are a reinforced Karis standard alloy, a third-level energy core, and Saro." He was not aware of the transaction process, but knew that the less information he revealed, the more other civilizations would look at him with suspicion and would not take immediate action against him. He planned to return resources to his home planet and not leave it for at least 50 years. And only after developing a master plan of action would he visit interstellar space again. When he revealed the list of materials needed to repair the singularity energy structure on his home planet, the entire conference, the hall was enveloped in a strange atmosphere. Not only did Blanning look at the synthetic humanoid in shock, but the projections of Kuribo's senior leaders were shaking as if they were arguing about his request. Blanning could not help but confirm, You say that you need a reinforced alloy of Kara Standard and Saro? The strange behavior of these people made Li Wenyuan, who was in the virtual world, nervous. But he still nodded. This time, everyone in the room fell silent, looking at each other. Blenning said with regret in his voice, "The Karis galaxy was destroyed 5 million years ago. However, the strengthened Sadov alloy used in the modern world can satisfy same requirements. We can provide it." But regarding Saro, hesitating slightly, as if not knowing how to voice his thoughts in such a way as not to offend the synthetic humanoid, Blenning continued, "As for hallucinogenic gases such as Saro, here you will have to turn to idealistic civilizations. But I must warn you in advance that they may not be as lenient towards artificial intelligences as we are." Li Wenyuan couldn't understand what the other party meant, but didn't know how to get more information without destroying the image, so after speaking, he completed the deal without any unnecessary emotion. He was about to leave when Blenning suddenly approached him in a friendly manner and casually extended his hand, as if to shake hands, and this was done so quickly and looked so natural that Li Wenyuan shook his hand without hesitation, like this was accepted in the business etiquette of Earth. But from this simple gesture, Blenning looked so shocked that his eyes even dimmed for a moment, as if his thoughts had gone somewhere very deep within himself. After the synthetic humanoid left, he fell to the floor as if he had spent all the strength he had. His eyes were red from overexertion and he could hardly breathe. Then, overcoming his own weakness, he hurried to call his boss. "How did it go?" he asked, as soon as the connection was established. Nothing came of it. "The hacking program in my body seemed to have fallen into a black hole and there was no response from it. Moreover, I have a feeling that I was hacked. If I had not cut off the connection with all the artificial limbs in time, the creature behind him might have already connected to our network. What a terrifying civilization. Even your hacking skills were useless, right? No wonder he was able to obtain so much living metal so easily. Well, it looks like it will be impossible for us to trace the origin of this robot. You should also hurry up and get a new limb in case they really hacked the old one." Already doing that, Blenning skillfully removed the mechanical prosthetics from his body and requested the delivery of new parts from his subordinates. Then he seemed to remember something and asked with bewilderment, "According to your instructions, I used the handshake to check, but it showed no signs of anything unusual. So everything is fine?" The boss on the other end of the communication device was silent for a while before slowly saying, "The lack of anything unusual is what's most unusual about this gesture. 5 million years ago, Karis, Saro." The boss suddenly muttered and seemed to come to some idea because his voice became deep and he asked, "What did he say? His name?" Hearing how the boss' tone changed, Blenning quickly replied, "He said his name was Administrator. That means administrator." The boss's face also changed as if he had finally understood something. Then, as if testing Blenning, he asked, "The Observer, the Guardian, the Traveler, and the Silent One. You are familiar with these 4 names, right?" Blenning also quickly replied, "Of course, these are the 4 most mysterious civilizations in the Milky Way. Nobody knows when they appeared. All we know is that their economic, technological, and military power is at the level of gods. Ordinary interstellar civilizations in their eyes are not even comparable to ants. Indeed, most of the living metal on the market comes from them. So it would not be an exaggeration to say that they hold in their hands the hopes of all other civilizations for further development." Blenning, of course, understood this situation, but was still at a loss as to why the boss mentioned it. Immediately, after that, the boss, in a more relaxed tone, as if simply telling a story, said, "When I was young, I accompanied my grandfather in the exploration of interstellar space. We explored many galaxies and saw many interesting things. The most profound impression on me was made by a painting dating back tens of millions of years. It told the story of a great civilization confronting a threat on a universal scale. And this story ended with that civilization mysteriously disappearing. Nobody knows where they went. As for the handshake, I learned about it from this mural. This is a gesture expressing friendliness. And in the entire Milky Way besides us, there seems to be no second civilization that follows this etiquette. And although this is just a guess, don't you think? At this moment, the boss deliberately paused before continuing with mockery. Don't you think that the name administrator is very similar to the names of other mysterious civilizations? Blaining was surprised by this line of thinking. But why does a civilization that has reached such a level need to trade resources with us? Shouldn't they have everything they need? The boss at the other end of the communication device laughed and explained. The way of thinking of an artificial intelligence civilization is different from ours. It is difficult for organic life forms to understand what they are thinking. Besides, haven't you forgotten? We invited them to a deal. They didn't ask for a deal. Most likely their so-called need may just be a hobby like collecting. After all, an artificial intelligence that needs Saro, no matter how you think about it, it doesn't make any sense, right? Blaining came to a sudden understanding and agreed. You're right. Such a product of idealistic civilizations is truly unacceptable for a materialistic worldview. In any case, the artificial intelligence called administrator may be a mysterious civilization like the observer and the like. Add him to our list of friends, no, to the list of VIP partners. If you meet robots from there again, treat them with respect, don't be shy, and try to leave a good impression on them. If they are on our side, even if it is just a small gift, it will be enough for us to become famous in the Milky Way. As for those who trampled on our heads, the boss chuckled mockingly and slowly said, one day I will make them understand who the biggest merchant in this interstellar space is. His boss's arrogant words made Blaining shrink a little, but he soon smiled again, because he had already presented a beautiful picture of how the administrator's civilization was gifting the company with incredible technologies and materials as a result of his unbridled flattery, or rather, hospitality. In this case, he himself would become influential figure in Kuribo, so much so that positions that he had never even dared to dream of began to seem like an achievable goal to him. After leaving the VIP room, Li Wenyuan was lost in thought for a while. The only resource he still needed for Saro was restoring his planet, and now only 1 gram of this substance stopped its further development. And he couldn't do anything about it. Just think that even such a huge company as Kuribo could not get hold of Saro. Apparently, he had no choice but to send synthetic humanoids in search of representatives of idealistic civilizations. According to Blaining, they were the only ones producing Saro. In fact, it is difficult to believe that there are idealistic civilizations that have evolved to interstellar travel. The upbringing that Li Wenyuan received in his previous life hardened him into an unshakable materialistic worldview. In his mind, the so-called idealistic civilizations existed only formally, but in fact, they also followed the path of science. However, when he was thinking about this, a voice suddenly rang out next to him. To some extent, we are also materialists. It's just that in your understanding, our materialism looks like nonsense that madmen talk to themselves. A sudden voice scared Li Wenyuan in the virtual world. He looked around but saw nothing. I'm here. Can't you see me with your mechanical eyes? Then perhaps you should fix them. Only now did Li Wenyuan notice that there was a small fairy floating in front of the synthetic humanoid. In appearance, she seemed to be floating in the air, but the artificial eyes of the synthetic humanoid were able to see that in fact behind her back, 2 pairs of dragonfly-like wings were flapping rhythmically. The high-frequency movement of the wings made them invisible to the naked eye. Li Wenyuan thought that she was very similar to the fairies that flew among the flowers in Western fantasy films in his previous life. But the most amazing thing was that the fairy in front of him was very human-like, both in body shape and face. This was the second human-like creature that Li Wenyuan saw after Lillian's furry. He experienced a pleasant surprise, like meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign country, which even made him forget how the fairy began their conversation. Meanwhile, she raised an eyebrow and asked with obvious curiosity in her voice, "So you are really an artificial intelligence and not just one, from those modified bodies? I thought that only organic life forms could detect spiritual signals." Unexpectedly, artificial intelligence is also capable of this. A very interesting discovery. It seems like we should question the theory of spirituality in our textbooks. Hearing her words, Li Wenyuan suddenly realized that this fairy seemed to be able to read his thoughts. What's going on? This is magic? Or some unknown technology? The idea that emerged instantly made him on alert. The cold eyes of the synthetic humanoid analyzed the structure of the fairy's body, and at the same time added a new species to the atlas of living forms, which had not been updated for a long time. "Oh my God," the fairy suddenly said regretfully. "Why are you suddenly wary? This way I won't be able to continue reading your spiritual signal. How about I pay you for this and we can talk some more? This will give me more material for my graduation work." Although the fairy's expression was sincere, Li Wenyuan did not intend to linger after the conclusions he had drawn. He immediately hurried to get lost in the crowd. The fairy seemed disappointed at the missed opportunity. If I had known that he would react this way, then I would not have started a conversation with him in this way. Then I could have studied him a little more. But who can resist the temptation to communicate with an AI with a heart? Sigh. I hope that in the future I will be able to meet a few more such creatures. With such thoughts, the fairy continued her way through the crowd, which parted before her in fear as if at the sight of a ferocious beast that, for inexplicable reasons, was left unattended. However, such a reaction seemed familiar to her, and only after she left, someone in the crowd whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, it seems it was someone from the Forest Kingdom, right? It seems to me that we saw them for the last time at a scientific conference." Hush. They say that scientific conference ended in tears. Nobody knows what exactly happened, but after that, the idealists almost stopped contacting the outside world and rarely appear in interstellar space. One way or another, almost all idealistic civilizations are under the protection of the observer, so there were few conflicts with them before. But aren't they just a bunch of crazy people talking to themselves? It's better to stay away from them. What if it's contagious? Li Wenyuan didn't know anything about what happened after he left. He simply hurried to make a deal with Kuribo, after which he launched the spaceship and headed back. The meeting with the fairy made him realize that there were still many dangers in interstellar space that he had never thought about. He thought that due to the high level of protection of synthetic humanoids, it was almost impossible for information to leak. However, he did not expect such a shock from meeting an idealistic civilization. Who would have thought that they would be able to use some method to read his thoughts, which he could not even think of before? I need to hurry. The galaxy is too dangerous for me now. I will return to the stage of interstellar space exploration when there will be more power. After checking the product and confirming its reliability, Li Wenyuan launched the spaceship with a cargo full of reinforced alloys and a third-level energy core stored in a special container. Meanwhile, the bear-like creature in the security room received a message that the pirate ship he had marked had left the spaceport. At first he was stunned, and then flew into a rage, as if he could not even imagine that someone would dare to ignore him and leave without paying the guarantee collection. So, he quickly opened the employee communication device and contacted colleagues working in the trading department to find out what the pirate spaceship's trading volume was on the exchange. He had already decided to take 95% of the guarantee fee. Of course, if he didn't have such an opportunity, he would never allow the ship to leave. "Hello? Bearded man, it's me. I have a request for you." "Yes, help me check." This time these guys really got confused. We have to let them know who the real boss is. The person on the other end of the communication device readily agreed with this statement. But after a while he asked in a sly tone, "Little bear, do you really want to tax that spaceship?" "Of course, but of course. In the end, my honor and dignity are at stake. Do you think these pirates have the balls to somehow harm me?" The bear has not yet grasped the danger in the question asked to him. The bearded man was silent for a moment and then continued, "Well, you are by far the coolest here. The trading volume of this ship is 22.5 billion coins, and I must note that I have never seen such a volume of transactions in such a border galaxy as ours. Just think, this is just a measly 22. How many?" The bear, who had previously been calmly in the security room, suddenly jumped up from his chair. All four of his eyes, usually full of greed, now expressed only extreme shock. 22.5 billion. You usually charge 30%, right? Since the ship's crew has so clearly challenged you, you must take at least half, right? It will be more than 10 billion, buddy. Don't forget to share a little with me later, when you have time for this. The bearded man continued to speak, enjoying the expression on the bear's face, suddenly realizing that he was in a situation of complete disaster. At this moment, the bear was already shaking, drenched in cold sweat, and immediately screamed into a communication device on the other side, "Hey, you! All of you here! No one has the right to leave the port. I will throw anyone who dares to leave the port into the star furnace." His men, who had just been flexing their fists in preparation to arrest the wanted criminals, were stunned by this cry and immediately stopped. "What is it? Don't you feel so cool anymore? What do you usually tell these pirates? That they will not live long in this trade and will die sooner or later, right? But this time it looks like you hit someone you shouldn't have, huh?" The bearded man's voice was still heard in the bear's ears, but he no longer paid attention to it. Instead, he paced quickly around the security room, thinking about how to fix the situation. His monthly salary as a security captain wasn't even in energy coins. Instead, it was an electronic currency that circulated only within Kuribo. Energy coins were used in interstellar operations, but even one energy coin was already exorbitantly valuable in the eyes of ordinary people. Even with all his annual income, Bear couldn't afford a single energy coin. Luckily, his position was special. As the captain of the guards at this trading base, he was able to collect taxes from illegal spaceships without attracting much attention. And it must be said that there was no shortage of illegal spaceships here. It was a trading station in name, but in reality it was a place where interstellar explorers could trade and resupply their supplies. Kuribo's partners were usually just such people. Crazy adventurers usually did not return to their home planet until the end of their lives, and therefore the electronic signatures of their spaceships were often not updated in a timely manner. Therefore, they were considered illegal in most star systems. Thus, Bear earned from 100 to 200 energy coins per year under the guise of tax revenues from such ships. By the standards of interstellar transactions, this amount might seem small, but it was enough for him to buy dozens of buildings on his home planet. But now, go ahead and take 10 billion from the deal. He wouldn't even dare to look in the direction of this money, even if he were 10,000 times braver. Therefore, while he was informing his people to leave the spaceport again for the ceremonial escort of the pirate spaceship, he sent him an email admitting his guilt and asking for forgiveness. Li Wenyuan was already getting ready to activate the hyperspace drive to travel to the next galaxy when he received this letter. When he saw the sender and realized that it was a security guard, he immediately threw this letter into the trash. He was in no mood to quarrel with such a petty crook. He just wanted to return home quickly. If the other party wants to collect taxes, then they can do as they please. Li Wenyuan left all the energy coins with Kuribo. He didn't believe that someone like the security captain would dare to touch such a large amount of energy coins. Moreover, the administrator civilization that he represented had already attracted Kuribo's attention. The captain should have been glad that Li Wenyuan did not come to him to take revenge. In the end, he activated the hyperspace drive and disappeared from this galaxy without a trace. The old pirate ship passed through the vast sea of stars, finally entering the atmosphere of the blue planet. Energy installation. Area A91, 4th level singular point. Missing materials for repair. Kiro, 1 gram. Li Wenyuan almost fell into despair, seeing that even the easiest installation to repair still needed materials that he had no way to obtain. Is there any other way other than turning off the automatic defense system and supplying energy to the industrial zone? This reallocation of resources will take a long time. Is there really no way to get Saro without resorting to those idealistic civilizations? The idea that fairy-like aliens can read the thoughts of his digital consciousness sent shivers down Li Wenyuan's spine. While Li Wenyuan was thinking, he called up the information about Saro in the database. Saro. Description: an inert gas that does not react with most substances. Apparently, only idealistic civilizations know how to properly use Saro. Only idealistic civilizations know how to properly use Saro. So why is it needed to repair the power plant? Li Wenyuan, no matter how much he thought, couldn't understand this. Just as he was about to close the interface with a sigh, he suddenly saw a new green notification among the many red alerts. Out of curiosity, he clicked on the notification, and his breath stopped for a moment at the contents. Rare resources discovered on the planet. Saro, please process this as on time. So, I flew through half the galaxy, and he was here all this time? Li Wenyuan did not expect that Saro would be on his home planet. He was very surprised. It seemed as if the heavens themselves were on his side. He immediately checked the location of the gas. This place. As Saro's location gradually increased in the virtual world, a strange expression appeared in Li Wenyuan's eyes. If Saro was there, then things promised to be interesting. At this time, Lillian, who was in the middle of her daily prayer reading, sneezed and looked around in confusion. So, are you saying that if you pray hard every day, you begin to exhale this gas? When asked by the administrator, Lillian nodded in confirmation, trembling. When she was suddenly called, she thought that she had done something wrong and was now very timid. On the other hand, Li Wenyuan was shocked. It seemed to him that he learned something that turned his understanding upside down. After the synthetic humanoid examined the furry woman standing in front of him several times, he became convinced that the interlocutor was just an ordinary creature. But imagine that she could naturally produce Saro. It was hard to even imagine. This is incredible. Do you know where this purple gas comes from? He tried to find out, but seeing the emptiness in Lillian's eyes, he understood everything. Okay, we'll talk about this later. Go, calm down. If you need anything, ask. Remember that in the future, when you pray, say my name. I will assign someone to collect this gas, understand? I understand. Lillian retreated, and her ears twitched nervously. Seeing how scared she was, Li Wenyuan sighed. He wondered if he had gotten too carried away with his performance earlier. He then ordered the synthetic soldier to take out a small electronic device similar to a cell phone. It was a video game console that the synthetic humanoids found on the planet while clearing the ruins. It appeared to be a museum piece. After scanning it, he discovered that it contained many versions of apparently classic games that were used by people of that era to kill time. This is for you. Consider it a gift in gratitude for your help. Try to figure it out yourself. And if you succeed, I'm sure that you will very quickly get used to using this device. He rightly believed that the inexperienced and naive Lillian would quickly become interested in computer games, so much so that he would become a real geek. After that, Li Wenyuan concentrated his efforts on repairing the fourth-level singular point. Apart from synthetic humanoids, there were only a small number of robotic technicians on the planet. He could not even find the machines needed to construct large buildings, so there was nothing left to do but entrust all tasks to synthetic humanoids, who had great strength and of course did not need sleep or rest. And so, with the passage of time, the day came when the fourth-level singular point was completely repaired. Looking at the huge building towering on the ground, Li Wenyuan's eyes filled with tears. How much time had passed? He was finally going to fulfill one of the smallest goals he had set for himself when he arrived on this world, to solve the energy problems. The repaired singular point occupied an incredible 10,000 square kilometers of area. It was even larger than some cities and covered the entire area of the A91 area. One could say that the entire zone existed only for the sake of this building. Instead of calling the singular point a building, it would be better to call it a huge group of buildings. Complex and intricate pipes connected various functional areas, while circuits for transmitting and transmitting energy were scattered everywhere. Before the repairs were completed, Li Wenyuan couldn't help but be grateful that the damage to the fourth-level singular point was not severe. Basically, there were problems only with key nodes. 50,000 tons of reinforced alloy was just enough. Well, it's time to see the results. Li Wenyuan controlled the synthetic humanoids who slowly entered the tower at the center of the structure. This tower was the center of the singular point. That's what 10,000 square kilometers of land were built for. In the tower, the synthetic humanoids gradually approached the energy core, which was floating in the air in a multi-layered cubic space. The third-level energy core that he received from the previous deal was used for this. At the same time, the next step was also the most important. The synthetic humanoid held a special jar filled with purple gas in his hands and inserted it into the interface. At the same time, the gas inside, due to the change in pressure, flowed into the cubic space and gradually enveloped the energy core. A small jar of Saro gradually filled the entire cubic space. Its color did not change, maintaining a mysterious ethereal hue. After this, the energy core inside began to rotate faster and faster. When the electric current passed through the cubic space and hit the gas rotating inside at high speed, a series of explosions rolled through the cubic space, and then it suddenly became empty, so much so that Li Wenyuan even seemed as if both Saro and the energy core were just a figment of his imagination. However, at this moment, a huge amount of energy passed through the center of the cubic space. The buzz from the launch of the structure began from the singular point of the fourth level and gradually spread. The corridors, which had not been used for a long time, shook under the influence of this wave of energy. The dust cleared, revealing secrets that had been buried many years ago. It seemed that the entire planet had come to life with the renewed supply of energy and began to glow with life. In the virtual world, Li Wenyuan looked at the soaring energy production and finally smiled. Current energy production of the planet, 120,000 energy units. Automatic defense system energy consumption, 800 energy units. Data corruption objects. Energy consumption, 72,000 energy units. Current approximate energy income, 20,050 energy units. The energy produced by the fourth-level singular point is truly impressive, and since scientific research and industrial planning on the planet have now resumed, the next step is to consider what is in the sky. After finishing repairs to the level 4 singular point, the sudden abundance of energy brought Li Wenyuan great pleasure. Territories and objects that temporarily had to be closed from due to lack of energy were restarted, and even so, energy remained in abundance, unlike the previous poverty-ridden situation. The general database has been restored and is fully functional. Connecting to the main database. Warning: unable to connect to the main database. The shared database is set as the main one. Database module activated. Administrative matrix completion. 25% more administrative rights granted. A large amount of energy was generated, and the first person to benefit from it was Li Wenyuan. Being an AI, responsible for monitoring the normal functioning of the entire planet, he always felt that he lacked resources. He always lacked everything he needed and was forced to cut back on many things in order to maintain a positive energy balance. It seemed that the damage here was so severe that not only did the administrative matrix lose contact with many objects, but it also caused that the administrative rights associated with these objects were limited. It can be said that since its relocation, the administrative matrix has been incomplete. Gradually solving the most pressing problems, his matrix gradually began to restore its previous capabilities. Perhaps it's worth trying out new functions? Li Wenyuan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the newly added additional programs column in the virtual world. Set up a research project? Having determined the goal for the research zone, will they be able to operate automatically? The so-called research zone was actually an automated city where everything was included. He did not require the presence of people. With one command from Li Wenyuan, the city began to work automatically and the zone began to solve the assigned tasks. The research zone did not even require any materials for its research because they had a special research virtual world. All scientific work was carried out in the virtual world. Through countless simulations and errors, the most probable result was achieved, and the accuracy was infinitely close to 100%. I still don't know what the research results could be. I need to find something to start with, Li thought Wenyuan, remembering several notifications he saw when he hacked into the crashed spaceship system. A new technology has been added to the technology tree. If I'm not mistaken, it should be in the database. Following his thoughts, he opened the general database. In the virtual world, a large frame suddenly appeared, connected by many lines. It expanded from the bottom to the top, and the branches protruding outward became increasingly dense, resembling a lush tree. At the bottom was the basic technology, which served as the basis of the tree. The columns were all illuminated and expanded into new branches of possible technologies. Li Wenyuan quickly looked at the aerospace technology that interested him the most and smiled. Basic structure of a spaceship. Technology level. 0 introduction. Based on the analysis of the wreckage of the crashed spaceship and the pirate ship, we have a preliminary understanding of the construction method these small, primitive spaceships. Available technology. Engineering ship, 99.9%. Transport ship, 99.9%. Basic spaceship AI, 99.9%. These available technologies were in gray, locked state on the technology tree. These were the technologies that were most likely to be developed from existing technology, according to the research zone's calculations. For now, only the 3 most likely to be successfully implemented were displayed, but once one project was completed, new available technologies would appear. Doesn't that mean that if I have one core technology, I can use it to develop all the others? Li Wenyuan looked at the technology tree with great interest, but quickly discarded this naive idea. This was because the higher the tree grew technologies, the lower the likelihood of success in learning available technologies. Without enough base data to back it up, these high-level technologies were nothing more than a fantasy. For example, he saw a technology called Sky Veil Spaceship that was in the Basic Spaceship Structure technology tree. She was a level 8 technology, which was one of the highest in the entire tree, but its success rate was 0. It was just a piece of a possible technology placed on top to keep the tree complete. In fact, even for many level 3 or 4 technologies, the research success rate was dramatically less than 10%. This confirmed that the research zone was not optimistic about the planet's current scientific potential. Let's try the new feature first. Let's develop a research design for the engineering ship. Progress has been established. Science Zone, E1 in progress. Research completed. Engineering ship. New technology added to the technology tree. Li Wen-yuan, who was about to do something else, was stunned. He then showed a surprised expression. So fast? Not even a second has passed, right? Opening the technology tree again, the new engineering ship branch was already glowing above the basic spaceship structure node. If you click on it, you can even see a large number of detailed drawings and reference data, as well as simulation clips from the scientific research virtual world. Impressed by the efficiency of the scientific zone, Li Wen-yuan simply ordered the research of all technologies with a success rate of 99.9%. Thus, the initially gray technology tree quickly began to light up from below, and the speed slowed down only slightly when it reached the 3rd level. At this point, most of all level 0 and 1 technologies had already been researched. It was only when he chose the level 2 technology called full invisibility. The scientific zone informed him that it would take 15 days. Surprisingly, the harvest harvested is really large. As expected, there are no limits to what is possible when there is enough energy for everything. He sighed and turned his gaze to another object for repair. Although on the planet still had enough Tier 4 singular points that needed to be repaired, Li Wen-yuan, who now had a surplus of energy, needed something more important. Industrial equipment, C2 zone dimension creation device, missing repair materials, about 360,000 tons of reinforced Kara standard alloy, 1 gram of Saro. Among the many objects in need of repair, Li Wen-yuan found one that he thought was the most suitable for repair. According to the description, the dimension creation device could extract resources from other parallel universes, using only a small amount of energy. Li Wen-yuan didn't know how this device worked, but it was very important to him at the moment. Without a stable way to produce resources, a device that could produce energy from nothing was just a hot cake. Once the industrial zone starts working, I will already be able to synthesize a reinforced alloy, but the main resources needed for this can only be found on the planet for now. The thought that he would have to control a large group of synthetic humanoids to sort through the garbage on the planet made Li Wen-yuan realize how far he was still from his goals. In the lonely expanse of starry space, the spaceship, which had undergone a grueling journey of thousands of light years, activated its hyperspace engine again. Silence reigned on board the ship. After a long time, one of the members said, "Since leaving the mother planet, we have already crossed 25 star clusters and explored 2330 planets in 156 galaxies. Excluding the planets we deemed useless, we've explored at least 1,500 planets. So, Cooper, where are those ancient ruins you were talking about?" The entire team's atmosphere seemed to cool down after these words. The rest of the crew also looked without expression at the protagonist of these words, a creature with a green body, bulging muscles, and strikingly large eyes. This description indicated that he came from a new interstellar race, the Laburns. However, it was clear that the remaining members would not to treat him particularly favorably only because of their racial differences. Cooper still had to provide them with an explanation. So, after a few seconds of silence, Cooper slowly expressed his thoughts. "I know you are unhappy, but you all read my father's research report. And at that moment, each of you believed that it was worth trying. Now we're not even halfway through the exploration and you've already decided to go home. But there has to be at least something to hope for, right? We haven't found a single clue in these 2 years, not to mention hope. How will we explain this when we return? You don't have a bit of patience. I really don't know how you got into the United University. What did you say? Seeing that the argument was becoming more intense, the person who seemed to be the leader of the team suddenly said, "Okay, shut up." Everyone present immediately froze in silence, but from their dissatisfied expressions it was clear that this calm was only time. Seeing this, the leader touched his forehead with his fingers and said helplessly, "At that time, we unanimously voted for this. It's really too early to go back now." Hearing this, Cooper's eyes filled with hope. However, the next sentence seemed to pour cold water on him. "But we can't endlessly waste time searching. What do you say to this? We will return after we complete the study of all the galaxies in this star cluster." "Professor." "Cooper," the professor leading the team said wearily, "I'm already old, and I have little time to study new things. It was only for the sake of your father that I agreed to pilot this ship and accompany you on your exploration of one planet after another. But I still have my own research. If we can actually find the ancient ruins as indicated in your father's notes, then good. But probabilistically, you have to understand that the chances are close to zero. So this time, listen to me, okay?" Looking at the old man who was almost like his second father, Cooper opened his mouth, but could only nod silently. As for the young man with whom he was arguing earlier, he showed a mocking smile, as if he was incredibly pleased to see Cooper suffer. At this time, the ship's hyperspace engine was fully charged and sent the ship to the next galaxy at superlight speed. "Lillian, where is your daily prayer?" "Excuse me, Lord Administrator. I overslept." In the artificial forest, Li Wenyuan controlled a synthetic humanoid who reprimanded Lillian, who was immersed in a video game. The artificial forest was Lillian's place of residence. She said it was because the environment here is very similar to my hometown. I really like it here. The artificial forest also produced synthetic fruits and clean water daily. Since Li Wenyuan didn't have to worry about Lillian's survival, he simply left her alone. However, the game console he gave her earlier was really good, or maybe even too good. When Li Wenyuan learned that Caro's production was decreasing day by day, he sent a synthetic humanoid to find the only Saro breeder on the planet, Lillian. Then he saw that she was sleeping peacefully in the hollow of a tree. "So, you were so carried away by the game that you don't get enough sleep every day, and that's why just using the prayer time to catch up?" Yes. Lillian knew that she couldn't hide this from the administrator and nodded honestly. Li Wenyuan, on the other hand, with a serious expression on his face, took out the game console that she had hidden in the hollow of the tree. Then he poked her head with a branch and said, "Do you want to play so bad?" "Yes." "Do you know why I let you play?" "Because I can produce that purple gas." At that moment, Lillian suddenly remembered that an administrator is a creature that kills without blinking an eye. If she loses her value, then her fate. The more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. She immediately knelt down and said with a trembling voice, Sorry, I won't make the same mistake in the future. I beg you, please don't kill me." This scene was beyond Li Wenyuan's expectations. He only wanted to clarify the relationship between them and let Lillian understand that she could play games, but at the same time ensure the normal flow of her prayers. He did not expect that Lillian would think that he was going to kill her and scare her unconscious. "It seems I overdid it." Li Wenyuan felt his head begin to hurt as he looked at the female animal trembling in front of him. He had no choice but to squat down and stroke her head with an artificial humanoid hand. He had never thought about killing Lillian, the only living thing on this planet. This was not only due to the fact that she could produce Saro, but also because her biological form was very similar to a human's, which attracted his attention and created a feeling of familiarity. To be honest, even if Lillian could not produce Saro, Li Wenyuan would still protect it until he had the opportunity to go into interstellar space. He did not believe that there would be a second fish in the Milky Way that could evolve to survive on land, survive one major extermination after another, and pass through one vital battle after another to develop flexible limbs, develop a human-like appearance, and finally reach the top of the food chain, creating a civilization. Li Wenyuan always had the belief in his heart that Lillian and her kind were products of human activity. At the very least, they should be closely connected with people. Someday, sooner or later, he would go to Lillian's home planet and look for traces of humanity there. When the time came, Lillian would be the best guide. So he sat down and comforted her. Perhaps his calming influence had its effect, and Lillian finally raised her head, but her cat ears were still down, making her look pitiful. Li Wenyuan sighed and handed Lillian a new game console. Here is a new game console. It has more games and variety. In the future, just pray whenever you remember. It doesn't matter if you don't want to pray. For now, Saro is in abundance. Cats don't have to work anyway, so why live tired? While he was talking, one thought suddenly came to his mind, and he warned, "In the future, do not leave this forest unless you have special reasons. There is enough food and water there. I still don't understand the defense system of some ancient ruins to the outside. If you accidentally get there and die, I won't even have anyone to talk to. That's all," he said. Perhaps the kindness in his words was too obvious, or perhaps this feeling of alienation made Lillian feel uneasy. But as Li Wenyuan was about to leave, she stood up and stopped the synthetic humanoid. Lord Administrator, Lillian will try. So please don't kick me out, okay?" Lillian's pleading words stunned Li Wenyuan, and he didn't know what to do, laugh or cry. She was so afraid just now, so why isn't she afraid anymore? And when he said he wanted her to leave? When I said I wanted, forget about it, don't worry. As long as you remain on this planet, I will not allow you to leave. And don't lose your headphones on your head. Otherwise, I won't be able to contact you. Li Wenyuan couldn't help but sigh and casually voiced his thoughts out loud. It's a little unpleasant that the natives don't know how to speak humanly. Maybe I should order the synthetic humanoid to teach you a couple of lessons. Although Lillian did not understand the meaning of the lessons, she felt that it was good and finally smiled. Little did anyone know that this would become her nightmare for a long time. At this moment, on the Edge solar system, a spaceship suddenly appeared. There were only a few people on the ship, but when they looked around the galaxy, they all opened their eyes at the same time. This place. A fire flashed in Cooper's eyes. His instinct told him that he had finally found the right place. Be it the location or the size of this planet, they are very favorable for the origin of life. Numerous buildings are visible even to the naked eye on its surface. It seems to me that we have found a suitable place. On the research spacecraft, Cooper enthusiastically voiced his opinion regarding the planet they had just discovered, and it seemed that his excitement rubbed off on the rest of the team. After passing through more than 1,500 planets, they finally discovered a planet that might contain ancient ruins. Regardless of whether this planet is the one they are looking for, their journey has not been in vain. I am glad that we received such news at the very last moment. Let's vote. Do we want to land on this planet or just do a surface scan? Who is in favor of landing on this planet for a detailed inspection? Please raise your hand. As soon as the professor finished his speech, everyone on the team raised their hand. Even the young man who had previously argued with Cooper did not hesitate. Although he did not like Cooper, if he could add "made an archaeological discovery" to his resume, his future path would become much easier. Great. Since everyone has unanimously decided to land, then we must hurry. Put on your protective clothing and grab your equipment. We are about to enter the gravitational field planet. On the not very large scientific ship, the crew began to fuss. Cooper clenched his fists. The secret that his father left him was ready to be revealed to him. While the group of aliens was preparing to disembark, Li Wenyuan, who controlled the synthetic humanoids, rummaging through the garbage, suddenly received an alarming message from the automatic defense system. Warning: an alien spaceship is entering the planet's gravitational field. We ask the commander to take action. What? Aliens? Li Wenyuan was shocked by this message. He thought it was a system error and tried to check the information, but the data that was constantly updated on the screen confirmed his fears. It was indeed a spaceship, and it was approaching the planet. In the image, an alien ship, shaped like a stripe, was quickly approaching, describing an arc in the air. Its target was more than obvious: this planet. From the looks of it, they probably did not notice the existence of a planetary shield. If they continued moving, they would collide with the shield and will turn into space junk. Pirates, Kuribo, or the Grand Duke of Yinxia. In the virtual world, Li Wenyuan frowned, thinking about the possible identity of the intruders. The first thing he did was rule out Kuribo, because if they came for living metal, it would not be just one ship, but an entire fleet. Then, he ruled out the pirates. Cunning pirates. They wouldn't lightly allow their mothership to approach an unknown planet. The mothership is their life force, and they would never risk using it for something as minor as landing on a planet. So these are Grand Duke Yinxia's people? His eyes lit up at the thought of the likelihood of this. To be honest, he did not believe that the Grand Duke of Yinxia, who seemed to be a man of great authority, could decide to directly attack without first conducting an intelligence survey. But I cannot destroy their spaceship directly now. If they send out a distress signal, it will be very difficult to keep the planet's location a secret. Let's hack into their ship's system first. There was one suitable one in the technology tree, and now I can test it. Li Wenyuan's eyes flashed, and a structure similar to a radar station began to slowly turn on the ground. Ghost signal. Technology level. 2. Description. In the era of interstellar travel, we can already allow signals to carry viruses that can silently infect most electronic devices. Available technology: strong ghost signal, 11.1%, ghost signal firewall, 9.2%, simplified ghost signal, 6.7%. This was a new technology that Li Wenyuan developed on the technology tree. It could infect equipment using a hidden signal. At the beginning, it all seemed too fantastic to him, but now he could use this group of aliens to test new technologies. After a few seconds, Li Wenyuan received feedback from the ghost signal. Infection completed. The Bluestone spaceship system is completely captured. Inspecting the spaceship system, which was now completely under his control, he could not help but exclaim in amazement. As expected, the result is truly impressive. He noticed that the technologies he had studied seemed much stronger than similar technologies of other interstellar civilizations. Most of the technologies he obtained from crashed and pirated spaceships were thrown away at the processing station in the research area, and only a few of them remained in the technology tree as base ones, so it is not surprising that he had such thoughts. Despite his doubts, Li Wenyuan did mark the ship with a cleared to pass marker to prevent the planetary shield from destroying it. He then looked at the interior of the spaceship through its contaminated system. Are you wearing protective clothing? Although based on the spectral analysis of the atmosphere, we should breathe normally on this planet, but I don't need to explain to you how scary alien bacteria can be, right? The professor in the conference room was addressing his 4 students, giving a final warning. If the spaceship is able to land normally, they will have to first protect themselves from local bacteria. Professor, everyone here has been genetically enhanced, and our immune systems are extremely strong. Is it really necessary to play it safe to such an extent? Asked one obese participant. He was the slowest at putting on the protective suit and always had trouble doing it. Every time he left the ship, it was torture for him. Good question. Of course it is necessary. Didn't your history books tell you how the zombie civilization ended? They were destroyed by a deadly virus brought from outer space. The professor's words silenced the obese man. Seeing that everyone was ready, the professor began checking the equipment one last time. Food pills, a medical gun, a remote-controlled mosquito. Hey, where's the compass? Who is in charge of the compass? The fat man from the previous conversation again raised his trembling hand and said in a low voice, And where is the compass? I thought that since we brought so much technology with us, one mapping device takes over all navigation functions. There is no need to take such an archaic thing. The calm old professor's eyes suddenly widened with anger, and he exclaimed, Hurry up and bring it. Otherwise you will get 0 points for your extraterrestrial expedition this time. Hearing that the results of his many years of work could collapse, the obese man immediately jumped up and ran to the door in panic, heading to the pantry to get a compass. Meanwhile, the professor cursed in his heart. Even if you have never been to another planet, have you watched films on this topic? Don't you know that the space environment is complex and constantly changing? Don't you know that equipment that can be used 1 second can break down the next? In fact, even a compass is not reliable enough, as it is essentially useless when we encounter a planet with an unstable magnetic field. However, we must consider all possibilities, and all preparations must be carried out according to safety precautions. After making sure that everyone else had listened carefully, the professor calmed down a little. This troublesome guy needs to be taught a good lesson during this expedition. Otherwise, he may get hurt when he goes on an expedition alone in the future. Thinking about this, the professor suddenly realized that the obese man was still lingering at the door, showing no signs of leaving. He immediately flared up again and shouted, What's going on? The ship will land soon. Do you want us all to wait for you alone? However, he did not expect that the obese man would turn around, covered in sweat, and say with some fear, The door doesn't open. What? This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind when they heard his words. The young man who had mocked Cooper earlier was the first to come to his senses. He pushed the corpulent man away and shouted into the camera on the door, Bluestone, hurry up and open the door. Bluestone was an AI, and most of the ship's functions were controlled by him, even little things like automatically opening and closing the door. But the only answer he received was silence. Something is wrong with the Bluestone on the control panel. A voice came from behind. Turning in the direction of the voice, he saw Cooper working at the console, apparently trying to wake up a large green stone with a human face on the central screen. What's going on? Bluestone is a standard AI developed by United University. It is widely used in various areas of ship AI and is unrivaled in stability and security. Why is this happening? The professor muttered to himself as he looked in surprise at the silent Bluestone in the center of the screen. An unpleasant feeling came over him. Cooper quickly made a decision and hit the lever next to the control panel. This was a fail-safe switch that could put the spacecraft into manual control. Emergency mode was invented to prevent this situation. However, the ship's system still did not respond to his actions. No matter what he did, the spaceship continued to fall to the ground. That won't do. We need to leave the ship immediately in an escape capsule. If this continues, we will all die, and no one will even know about it. As you would expect from the professor, he was very experienced. He first took out a laser cutter from his toolbox and began to open the door. Luckily, he asked the students to bring all the tools in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get out of here. The others also quickly packed the necessary items. After the professor opened the door, they, in order, headed to the middle of the cabin. There was an escape capsule. Although it had not been used for a long time, there was not a trace of dust on it. The reason was that the professor often maintained this life-saving system, even if he hoped to never use it. Everyone, Fasten your seatbelts. Prepare to strike." According to the professor, everyone, including himself, lowered their center of gravity and fastened the seatbelts tightly to their bodies. The professor took a deep breath and moved the lever in the escape capsule. The escape capsule has always been an independent component of the entire spacecraft system. No system control is required to manually open the release port and allow the internal escape capsule to leave the ship. In the next second, the sound of air friction caused by the high-speed movement surrounded the capsule on all sides. Through the round porthole window, the ground, full of vegetation and ruins, quickly passed by. The escape capsule fell to the ground at an extremely high speed. Most of them closed their eyes and prayed that they could survive the collision, except for the professor and Cooper. One of them looked at the simple system of operations of the escape capsule, occasionally activating the jet engine and glider wings to reduce the inertia of the capsule and try to correct its direction of fall. Another used the time to remember the entire panorama in the sky and determine their location. The fall from 10,000 meters occurred almost instantly. Soon, the escape pod fell into a meadow and slid hundreds of meters before stopping. Meanwhile, the mother spaceship flew over the mountain range above their heads and fell in an unknown location. After a long time, the door of the escape pod was opened and several figures stepped out outside. They finally reached their destination, but none of them were happy, due to the circumstances surrounding it. The deafening silence around them seemed to absorb any sounds and seemed to indicate that this place was not as safe as they were. They imagined themselves from the orbit of the planet. Cooper's heart skipped a beat and he turned around sharply when he felt that he was being watched. However, he did not find anything suspicious. Li Wen-Yuan, who was in the virtual world, meanwhile smiled with satisfaction. "Wow, not a single one was injured or killed and the spaceship is completely in my hands. Now, whether you can leave this planet or not no longer depends on you." In the virtual world, Li Wen-Yuan was very pleased. Under his control, this group of alien guests successfully left the spaceship and were forced to land. He was not interested in the technology of the ship. After scanning, the research area determined that the ship itself did not have much value, but its design could help create a new concept for spacecraft. Thus, a new technology was developed, the research ship. Li Wen-Yuan's true goal was to prevent the distress signal from being sent, which could have been sent when the ship crashed, which could have attracted the attention of the aliens' mother planet during their search. After he took full control of the ship's AI, he ordered it to continue moving from galaxy to galaxy, creating the illusion that everything is fine, until the fuel runs out and he is lost in the vast expanses of space forever. As for the reasons why he wanted to leave these aliens alive, after all, I am not a killer until they pose threats to me and do not reveal the coordinates of my location. I can spare their lives. But of course, not for free. Li Wen-Yuan's eyes glowed as he controlled the synthetic humanoids who followed the aliens from a distance, as if spying on the aliens. According to information on board the ship, this group of people is an archaeological team led by a professor. They are trying to excavate ancient ruins on planets with traces of civilization. I really miss such experts. If these people really have the ability to excavate, then it is quite possible to hire them for work. There were many damaged structures and forgotten ruins on this planet. The abandoned buildings were all marked in the system, but Li Wen-Yuan simply could not do anything about them. After all, he was not an archaeologist, and the database did not tell him how best to carry out this kind of research. He tried to control several synthetic humanoids for power excavations, but they were all instantly killed by self-defense systems against invasion, which he could not understand. As a result, he had no choice but to stop the excavations. But now, under the leadership of these people, synthetic humanoids could compensate for the lack of knowledge and experience. But first, I need to see how competent these people are. If I remember correctly, there are ruins nearby. If they really find something in them, then meeting them might not be a bad idea." Having made his decision, Li Wenyuan continued to do other things. Since the industrial zone was fully operational, it has been busy producing the reinforced alloy needed for repairing the dimension creation device. To this end, the synthetic humanoids non-stop went through countless piles of garbage to collect enough raw materials for its production. Lillian no longer neglected her duties in producing Saro. She spent enough time every day in prayer. Li Wenyuan secretly watched them and discovered that she was simply kneeling, clasping her hands and silently uttering incomprehensible words such as God, redemption, and the end. Saro then miraculously dissipated into the air along with her breath. An X-ray scan by a synthetic humanoid showed Saro appearing directly in her body and not produced by the organ. Seeing something like this that was contrary to the laws of physics, Li Wenyuan was shocked at first, but soon stopped thinking about it. In the end, he himself transmigrated into this world. Was there anything more magical than this? Moreover, every time Lillian prayed, she would praise the administrator, which gave Li Wenyuan a rare mental comfort. Although his body was already a program, his mind was not much different from how it was when he was a human. He used to be so busy with so many little things that he didn't have time to think. However, when he happened to have time to himself, he did feel a little lonely. Now that he had Lillian, a mascot, to keep him company, he considered himself quite lucky to have her. Okay, time to order the synthetic humanoids' work. When the dimension creation device is repaired and there are enough resources, the construction robots on the technology tree can also be put into production. Everyone have fun! The planet needs you. Only when the planet becomes a better place will you have a better working environment, and you can create even more valuable things for me. Li Wenyuan muttered encouraging words to himself in the empty virtual space. He then continued to control a large number of synthetic humanoids and began to transport the enhanced alloy to the dimension creation device. Meanwhile, the professor was leading his 4 students through an artificial forest. Since they rushed into the escape capsule after losing control of the spaceship, they were unable to take much equipment with them. And now, their goal has long changed from excavating ancient ruins to searching for a way to leave this planet. After all, none of them expected such an incident to happen. As they continued to move, Cooper suddenly asked, "Professor, what do you think happened to our spaceship? We were hacked? Your logic is valid, but what is the reason? Where is the source? We need a complete chain to form a possible result. What are your ideas?" This question was everyone's question. No one would believe that an AI that was fine just a minute ago would suddenly become faulty on its own. Like Cooper, almost everyone was sure that this was the result of an attack by an unknown hacker. Cooper thought for a moment and said, "We did a rough scan before approaching the planet. It's not 100% certain, but we have at least confirmed that there are no traces of large numbers of living creatures. There is a lot of space junk and abandoned space stations floating around in this galaxy. Ruins and buildings are also visible on the surface of this planet, indicating that there was once an interstellar civilization here, but for some reason they fell into disrepair. From experience, the ruins of these civilizations usually have some level of self-defense, and they can remain a threat even after 1,000,000 years. I think our spaceship was thoughtlessly hacked by one of these security systems. That's right. There may be an uncontrolled electronic network on this planet, and our AI was attacked by her as soon as we approached her zone of influence." The professor nodded. "But in that case, now we have a more serious problem. The level of protection of my exploration ship is unmatched even among professional adventurers, and yet we did not receive any alarms before completely losing control of the ship." After a short silence and making sure that all the students were carefully waiting for his conclusions, he continued, "There is only one possibility here. The other side's technology level is much higher than ours. That's why they broke through our defenses so easily. Do you understand what I mean? The professor's words silenced everyone. After a while, the fat man said with difficulty, "Does this mean that the danger we face can be extremely frightening?" The professor nodded without expression and said, "This is one of the possibilities. The more advanced a civilization is, the more things beyond our understanding will await us. Any robo-pet out of control here could tear us all apart, but not allowing this fear to take root firmly in the minds of young people, the experienced professor decided to cheer them up. But this also means that we could have a bountiful harvest. It could be a mysterious technology, rare resources, or even a powerful combat robot." Cooper finished Professor's sentence and received an approving look from the latter. A young man on the team who had always been on hostile terms with Cooper exclaimed in surprise, "Are you crazy? Are you really going to go to these creepy ruins? Shouldn't we first find a way to leave this planet?" "I think the way out is in these ruins." Cooper's eyes glowed with determination as if nothing could stop his thoughts. Since there are so many ruins on this planet, most likely there may be exactly what we need to survive there. Once we find the right way to enter, we will be able to leave this place sooner or later. You're just delusional. I think you are doing all this for your father's illusory idea. I'm definitely not going in anywhere. Seeing that both were about to start arguing again, the professor intervened in time. "Okay, calm down. Whether it's walking around the ruins or exploring them, there's not enough time today. First of all, we need to hurry up and find a place to camp." The group fell silent again. At this time, the fat man who was behind suddenly felt a chill creep through him, as if from someone's gaze. And when he turned around, he was so scared that he froze in place, not even thinking about running away or giving any kind of food. Some signal to his comrades. In the dark openings of the forest, a huge black shadow slowly raised its body, and her bright red eyes were glued to the fat man as if they were looking at a fragrant piece of fresh meat. The professor, who led the detachment, had difficulty making his way through the dense thickets when his gaze fell on the juicy fruit lying on the ground. About to turn to the fat man, who had a wealth of knowledge about alien flora, to determine whether the fruit was edible, he turned around and was suddenly surprised to find that it had disappeared from their ranks without a trace. Where did the fat man go? At his question, everyone froze, and only then did they realize the loss of one of the team members. A sudden feeling of anxiety overcame the professor, and he hurriedly led everyone back to look for the fat man who was lagging behind. And soon enough, they saw him shaking with fear on the ground. Cooper quickly called out him, "Fat man, what are you doing here?" And he was already hurrying towards him, when suddenly, halfway there, his body suddenly froze, and almost primitive horror was reflected in his eyes. He saw a huge spider towering above the trees of the forest. Its 8 paws dug deep into the soil, supporting its heavy body. Beneath its bright red eyes were tentacles that wriggled with excitement, and thick saliva dripped copiously from the creature's mouth, falling directly onto the head of the fat man, numb in horror. No one knew how the fat man could provoke the wrath of such a terrifying alien creature, but that was no longer important. The professor was the first to come to his senses and took out his laser cutter. A high-energy laser designed for cutting metal could kill any living creature at a certain distance. It was one of his few weapons. He quickly took aim at the spider and then shouted, "Why are you frozen here? Hurry up and get him away from this creature." The others immediately came to their senses and hastily began to pull away the fat man, whose legs seemed to no longer obey him. At the same time, the professor opened fire, directing a green laser beam directly at the spider. However, after the high-energy laser hit the spider, nothing happened. This attack was like spit falling into the sea. The spider did not even react to it. It seemed that the only thing he wanted was to return the fat man, who was quickly taken away from him. The professor's face was in constant motion, as if not knowing what particular emotion he needed to reflect now. The cutter was the most powerful weapon he possessed, and yet he was powerless to harm the spider. He had no choice but to rush after his students, drawing his flare gun. During his many years of space exploration, he realized that the most effective way to deal with giant alien creatures like this is to instill fear in them. Both light and flame were the best weapons to intimidate primitive creatures. The flare, in addition to emitting light, was an excellent source of fire. If it is launched into the ground, it will form countless sparks that will quickly spread. The forest here just provided the necessary fuel, so the professor took aim at the dense bush and fired a flare. The next moment, a blinding light flashed, and even the giant spider stopped for a moment. The fire caused by the rocket intensified and quickly formed a burning wall. Tall flames seemed to touch the sky and block the path of the giant spider. The professor could not hide his joy, feeling that this time he really managed to avoid mortal danger. However, in the next moment, the giant spider not only did not retreat but also seemed to furious. He swept away and broke the burning trees around him, and then suddenly rushed to attack. The sounds of the movement of a huge creature echoed with a deafening crash in the burning forest. This time, even the professor was scared to death and ran away. However, how can small creatures on 2 legs run away from a giant creature on 8? The distance between them was still rapidly closing. The young man, the second to last in the column, with a cold expression on his face, glanced quickly at the fat man who was running behind in panic. It seems that it was the fat man who angered this creature. If we give him up, we may be able to avoid this disaster. Underneath his indifferent face there was a malice that no one could see. Noticing that they were not being paid attention, the young man simply slowed down a little, keeping up the pace with the fat man. And then he tripped him up. The fat man, running in panic, could not have foreseen such a turn. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, rolling several times before stopping. The young man's sly smile was frozen in his slightly dazed eyes. The others did not notice that someone was lagging behind, and the fat man froze when a thick paw mercilessly stabbed into the ground very close to him. Trembling, he raised his head, only to see the deadly mandibles opening above him. Ah! The fat man's scream pierced everyone's ears. Cooper turned around and saw him, already half-eaten by a giant spider. His heart sank, and his gaze glanced at the young man who was running last. However, they all needed to escape, so no one said anything. After a long run and leaving the forest, they finally stopped to rest. At that moment, a dark cloud hovered over their heads. The fat man's tragic death was still vividly etched in their minds. Only now have they finally realized how careless they were before. Blinded by the greatness of their advanced technologies, explorers often ignore the many dangers while on more primitive worlds. Arrogance and complacency ultimately lead them to death, said the professor. Bitterness reflected on his face. This was a famous quote from the popular book on interstellar travel, Space Tramp, explaining the reasons for the frequent death of many explorers in foreign lands. When everyone heard this famous phrase, they also fell silent. Although they thought that they understood this expression perfectly, in the depths of their hearts they still harbored the arrogance of a civilization that had the ability to travel among the stars. Even if there had once been a civilization here, none of them attached this as of great importance. Otherwise, they would not have approached this planet so thoughtlessly and would not have lost control of their spaceship. One mistake led to another, and now, one of their comrades had just died. The planet's rotation continued, and soon the sky became completely black. Eventually, they all fell asleep without saying a word to each other, but each had their own thoughts. In the artificial forest, next to the administration core, Li Wenyuan's synthetic humanoid sat on a tree stump and sighed. Meanwhile, Lillian sat quite straight, but her gaze slid to the game console from time to time. To teach the primitive creature to speak, Li Wenyuan spent a lot of effort and explained his materials with the utmost eloquence. In the end, He came to the conclusion that he was simply not suitable for the role of teacher. It was not that he taught poorly, but his student was so stupid that he began to doubt his abilities. Mr. Administrator, can I go play now? Okay, go. Looking at how happy Lillian was, Li Wenyuan grabbed his forehead and switched to the stage on the other side of the planet. The fat alien was wrapped in something like a spider's web and was hanging upside down on a tree branch, unconscious. Nearby, a huge spider was activated in the background, occasionally spraying liquid to put out the fire, or using its large and powerful limbs to cut flaming trees in half. Wow, is this robotic gardener still fully functional? Li Wenyuan was a little surprised to see a huge spider. This huge spider-like creature was actually an old robot. Its model in the database was much older than the synthetic humanoids, and apparently it was a relic worthy of a museum. It was an ancient gardening robot, responsible for pruning branches, destroying old trees, and similar tasks. But the forest he usually tended consisted of tall trees, 50 to 60 meters high. His hardware was so old that it couldn't even be connected to the administrative matrix directly. Li Wenyuan found it buried deep in the ground, where it had been on standby for God knows how long. Unable to find a way to wake it up, Li Wenyuan simply gave up on it. He did not expect that a group of aliens would somehow manage to activate it, but one of them will even be captured alive. This piqued Li Wenyuan's interest, so he downloaded the surveillance footage from the area. He saw that the aliens were carefully walking through the artificial forest, constantly clearing away the bushes that blocked their path. While watching, Li Wenyuan suddenly realized how they had activated the gardening robot. Professor, walking ahead, felt that it was too difficult for him to move through the forest in this manner, so he simply waved his laser-cutting device, instantly cutting off a large area of bushes and dozens of tall trees. This would no doubt make their way easier, but the garden robot was unhappy to discover that his garden had just been destroyed. As a result, he came out of standby mode to catch the pests, but due to the fire caused by the professor, he changed his goal to putting out the fire. The fat man was simply accidentally caught by the gardening robot, who was waiting for his master to come and check on these interlopers. Not even a day has passed, and they are already in such a deplorable state. It seems that these aliens are not very good. Li Wenyuan's interest in them began to rapidly fade. I should hurry up and just drive them to the ruins so that they don't waste time is wasted. Thinking about this, he sent one of the synthetic humanoids to Cooper's camp. In a cozy open-air clearing, Cooper was on duty guarding the camp. The expedition members underwent genetic modification, so they only needed 2 hours of sleep a day to maintain vitality strength. By the light of a flashlight, Cooper studied the old scroll that lay in his hands. It was a secret left to him by his father before his death. The scroll recorded his memories of hiking through ancient ruins. Cooper did not know when his father became part of that research team, but according to the words written in the scroll, his father was the only one who returned alive. After this adventure, Cooper's father went into seclusion and almost completely cut off contact with the outside world. Even Cooper himself rarely saw him. Then a suspicious fire claimed his life, and all his belongings burned to the ground, leaving only this scroll. Since then, Cooper has carried it with him constantly. He felt that a huge and frightening secret was being revealed to him. He carefully put the scroll back, and suddenly his senses, enhanced by genetic modification, told him that something was rapidly approaching the camp. He instantly stood up, tensed, and stared at the thicket in the distance. Thanks to his excellent vision, he could clearly see that something indistinguishable was stepping on the grass and slowly moving in his direction. "Something is approaching!" Cooper immediately shouted, waking up the sleeping people. The professor was the first to jump up to Cooper. He crouched down and quickly noticed unusual marks on the grass. His pupils immediately shrank in shock. "Let's get ready quickly. Get ready to run!" After they encountered the giant spider, they no longer dared to disdain any oddities on this planet. Although they had not seen anything yet, they still decided to leave their overnight stay as soon as possible. While they were running, the young man who was constantly arguing with Cooper could not restrain himself and asked, "What is this? We only see traces of his steps on the grass. Apparently, it is invisible." Additionally, the alarm we set beforehand didn't go off, which means our detection measures are ineffective against him. This creature clearly exceeds our technological level. Maybe it's some local resident or other aliens? Cooper quickly shared his thoughts. The running professor also thought of various options based on his 10 years of experience exploring other planets, but none of them were suitable for the current situation. He couldn't help but turn around to take a look, and what he saw made his heart pound. A mysterious, thick black fog rose from all the mountains and fields, moving towards them. In the black fog, the professor could vaguely discern some terrifying unknown creature, exciting and seething. The old professor was expressing fear for the first time. Fear of the unknown is one of the greatest fears. If some fierce animal appeared in front of him, he would not feel such deep fear. After all, no matter how terrible these animals were, they were still living beings. They could be killed with the same laser cutter. But now, this black mist that seemed to be able to absorb everything was completely beyond his knowledge. The professor, who had adhered to a materialistic worldview all his life, felt that now life was testing his strength. "Faster! We need to find a place to hide!" He immediately screamed at the top of his lungs, his old face distorted with fear. The others were pretty surprised by their mentor's reaction, but when they turned around to see what had caused it, they immediately understood everything. They frantically began to look around in search of possible shelter, but nothing looked safe enough for this. As a result, all eyes converged on the ancient ruins nearby. Countless pieces of them were buried deep in the ground, surrounding the gigantic building in the center. It was like an inverted pyramid, the top of which was inserted into the ground. And at the base of the building there was a door through which you could go. The wide base looked into the sky. It looked like a docking station or a beacon giving directions to incoming spaceships. "This is the only place we can go. Even if there are many dangers in the ruins, you must survive this one first." Everyone understood this logic and eventually entered the ruins. They then saw that the originally threatening black mist instantly slowed down, seeming to be afraid of the place. However, it was as if he didn't want to give up so easily and was going to wait for them to get out of there. Seeing this, everyone's hearts couldn't help but flutter. They quickened their pace and finally disappeared completely into the ruins. The black fog still wavered for a while, but seeing that none of the aliens were leaving the ruins, it slowly began to dissipate. As this process progressed, a dark figure also appeared on the grass, losing its invisible state. This figure was a synthetic humanoid with complete invisibility technology. Li Wenyuan, who was controlling him, exclaimed, "Damn, this technology is quite useful. I didn't expect that I could create such a large field of holographic projections. The development of people on this planet was simply incredible." Mobile holographic theater, technology level. 3. Intro. Popular holographic technology has taken entertainment to new heights. At this stage, everyone will be able to create their own fantasy empire. Possible technology: planetary holographic network, 1.2%, holographic temple, 0.9%, mirror universe project, 0%. The black fog that covered the sky was actually an illusion created through projection. It was difficult to recognize it without knowing that such a thing was possible in advance. It was so realistic. No wonder the aliens were so easy to frighten. Finally, they entered the ruins. Looking at the huge inverted pyramid, a light of interest appeared in Li Wenyuan's eyes. He had explored most of the ruins on the planet with his synthetic humanoids, and some of them were extremely dangerous. The inverted pyramid in front of him was one of the more or less safe ones. At least Li Wenyuan didn't encounter any dangers inside, but he also didn't find anything there. However, he didn't believe that the inside was empty. Rather, he simply did not find a way to activate some hidden mechanism. After all, if there is nothing in the ruins, can they even be called ruins? I hope these aliens will be able to surprise me. The eyes of the synthetic humanoid lit up as he entered after them as he walked, becoming invisible again. When Li Wenyuan found himself inside the inverted pyramid, it seemed to him that he was in another world. The appearance of the building it looked like it was straight out of a science fiction movie, but inside everything was made of some kind of limestone. The smell of erosion hung in the air, and the wide gaps between the layers of gravel immediately caught your eye. A synthetic humanoid brushed centuries-old dust from the walls. Previous analyses also showed that these stones were ordinary limestone. There was nothing unusual about them. But it was this discrepancy between the external and internal appearance that aroused the greatest suspicion. The more Li Wenyuan thought about it, the less he understood. His only hope was that the aliens could discover the secret of this place for him. That was why he walked at the back of the group, not worrying that his invisible humanoid might be discovered. According to the shape of an inverted pyramid, the space inside the building expanded from the bottom to the top. It was at the top that the secret of this pyramid was supposed to be kept. Climbing the spiral staircase, he soon reached the top level. This was the deepest part of the ruins, where Li Wenyuan was never able to discover the problem. The 4 remaining crew members also stopped here. They seemed to be discussing the current situation. Li Wenyuan did not risk approaching them. Instead, he listened carefully to their conversation, using the hypersensitive hearing of a synthetic humanoid. "Cooper, what are your thoughts? While I was running, I didn't notice it, but now that I think about it, the shape of these ruins reminds me very much of what is described in my father's memoirs," Cooper replied, taking out an old scroll and pointing to one of its pages. If Li Wenyuan could look into this scroll, he would be very surprised because, on the page, there was a picture of a pyramid. Moreover, next to it lay a statue that was well known to him, the Sphinx. The professor's eyes lit up and he quickly pointed out to Cooper the shortcomings in his reasoning. Indeed, judging only by their form, these 2 ruins are similar, like reflections in a mirror, but they're not the same. However, we both know that the prism shape is extremely common in the universe. Even a primitive civilization could construct such buildings. We cannot say that these ruins belong to the civilization that your father encountered. The professor's words made sense. The prism is indeed a very common shape. Many other aliens also built similar buildings. Cooper was silent for a while and then said with clearly visible desperation in his voice, "We have already explored these ruins, but we have not found anything. Moreover, they did not even encounter any danger. Any evidence that could provide us with more information in favor of this hypothesis is simply missing. These ruins seem to me to be nothing more than an empty shell. Perhaps everything that should have been here was looted many years ago." His words also reflected Li Wenyuan's thoughts. This pyramid was perhaps the most spacious he had ever explored, and yet she truly looked as if there was nothing in her. This was very rare on this planet. Li Wenyuan had encountered terrifying pyramid defense systems more than once, and this was the only one where nothing like this happened. But we can't just sit and wait. Who knows whether that black fog has cleared or not? Let's assume that this pyramid is the same type as the one your father explored. Can you draw any conclusions from his experience? The young man who killed the fat man was not ready to give up so easily. Cooper looked at him with suspicion, but still decided to follow his proposal. "My father's scroll used many code words and ciphers, and so far I have not been able to find them. Completely disassembled, so I can only get limited information." He believed that these pyramids were used by a lost civilization to bury the dead. Burials of the dead? The guy couldn't resist and asked, "Are you kidding? Such a huge building just to bury the dead?" Judging by the information in the manuscript, this is indeed the case, but perhaps my translation is not accurate enough, Cooper added with some embarrassment. After all, the idea of using an entire building as a grave seemed absurd to him. Although he did not attach any importance to it, Li Wenyuan, who was listening to him, took it seriously. It was normal that these aliens did not know this, but as an Earthling, he certainly was aware that the pyramids were indeed used as tombs. "Cooper, continue your reasoning. Perhaps we can unravel the secret of this building." The professor, who was also attentively listening to the conversations of his students, frowned. He himself was thinking hard, trying to draw his own conclusions based on more information. Cooper continued, "According to my father's assumptions, the remains of some creature must be kept in the very depths of the ruins. This creature was supposed to make a huge contribution to the entire civilization, and that is why this building was dedicated to him. But the research team he was with didn't go that deep into the ruins. They simply didn't have time to do it. The manuscript did not record what exactly they encountered, but apparently it was a very dangerous creature." After giving the listeners time to process this information, Cooper continued to share his thoughts. This place seems to be the opposite of the pyramid mentioned in the manuscript. If we look at this from the point of view of opposition, then that pyramid was for burying the dead. Then maybe this one is needed for their resurrection. His bold guess stunned everyone for a moment, then the young man laughed. "Resurrection? What nonsense! Are you taking us for some idiots?" His laughter, however, hung in the general silence. No one paid attention to him. Everyone frowned and seemed to withdraw into themselves. Seeing this, the young man stopped laughing and looked at the crowd incredulously. "You can't believe in such nonsense, can you? This is absolutely unscientific. The idea of resurrecting the dead is actually not so far from reality. If you read Professor Callis's latest article, you know that there is a third-level civilization that has almost completed the resurrection project. In fact, many idealistic civilizations have conducted research in this area. There was a related article at a recent scientific conference. Moreover, some materialistic civilizations and large corporations are also secretly studying technologies related to this idea. So this is definitely not a laughing matter. You'll see. In the future, we will discuss the ethical side of the issue, and not the realism of such a phenomenon." Cooper's calm explanation made the young man's face turn pale. As a result, he could only remain silent with a gloomy expression on his face. Li Wenyuan also thought about a new idea for him because of what the aliens said. However, it was not about the fact that this pyramid was intended to resurrect the dead, but about the concept of oppositions in general. In the history that I know, pyramids are not only used to bury the dead, but are also responsible for ensuring that souls ascend to heaven. Is it possible that this inverted pyramid serves as some kind of pointer to this place? His eyes sparkled as he fell into deep thought. What if this inverted pyramid serves as a lighthouse? This thought occurred to Li Wenyuan. This pyramid was too unusual. There was nothing inside, as if her figure itself already had some meaning. If you look at it from this point of view, then it could really serve as a beacon. With such a huge area, it is certainly capable of receiving a lot of signals. The more he talks about this, the more he was inclined to this idea. At the same time, the group of aliens began discussing again. Resurrection of the dead sounds like science fiction, but given the technology of ancient civilizations, even the most unscientific possibilities may be quite real. If this is the case, then there must be some activation mechanism in this pyramid that we are not aware of. We could probably use it to resurrect Fat Man. Even if this is true, all reasoning is based on the hypothesis that these two pyramids belong to the same civilization. What if they actually belong to different people? In this case, All previous conclusions are fundamentally incorrect. Cooper's final words caused everyone present to fall silent for a moment. After some time, he spoke again. Honestly, for some reason I myself am absolutely sure that this pyramid belongs to the same civilization that my father wrote about. Are you sure? Do you want to draw such an important conclusion based only on your feelings? You know, we need some more scientific evidence than your sixth sense. Maybe we don't know something and you actually adhere to an idealistic worldview? The young man responded mockingly, who seemed to have made it a habit to tease Cooper at every opportunity. However, when Li Wenyuan heard these words, they gave him new inspiration, idealism. Indeed, if you think about it, there are quite a lot of damaged objects on this planet which require Saro to repair. Isn't the use of this gas typical of idealistic civilizations? Could it be that ultimately people chose the path of idealism? Li Wenyuan thought thoughtfully. On the other hand, judging by the fact that I managed to find out that idealists believe that since consciousness is sacred, then the very fact of the existence of artificial intelligence is already offensive to them. If humanity had taken the path of idealism, would it have left behind its administrative matrix? These thoughts were worth giving serious thought to later. And right now he could try to use Saro directly in the pyramid. Perhaps this will cause some kind of reaction. He ordered the synthetic humanoids to secretly deliver 95% of his Saro supplies to him, leaving only that part of it that was required to repair the dimension creation device. The synthetic humanoids approached the pyramid at a speed 10 times the speed of sound. Even though they had to move to the other side of the planet, it didn't take them long to reach the top of the pyramid. To begin with, Li Wenyuan released some Saro onto a huge platform on top of the inverted pyramid, but the purple gas quickly floated into the sky and disappeared without trace. He found nothing new. He then spread Saro around the pyramid, but the result was the same, no reaction. Finally, he brought Saro into the inverted pyramid and slowly opened the container. Purple gas floated up and soon touched the weathered limestone walls. Like water soaking into a sponge, Saro was almost instantly absorbed into the surrounding limestone. The jar of Saro quickly emptied, and the next moment, the weathered rock seemed to come to life, emitting a dim purple light that penetrated through the associated cracks and quickly spread throughout the entire stone wall. Soon, the inside of the inverted pyramid was completely illuminated. This stunning sight not only shocked Li Wenyuan, but also caused panic among the aliens. What happened? Did we accidentally activate something? A purple light instantly illuminated the space deep within the pyramid, and a strange path slowly appeared in front of everyone under the light. A complex network formed a huge map of the stars, on which hundreds of millions of luminous points represented galaxies. Some of them were especially bright, as if indicating that there was something in this place. Is this a map of the Milky Way? Cooper looked at the 3D map in bewilderment. He was shocked by the details. Li Wenyuan's pupils shrank as he quickly entered the star map into the database. At the same time, the top of the inverted pyramid slowly opened up. The pyramid that no one knew how to activate began to work again. Sunlight entered through it, the hole that appears. Then the stars began to quickly disappear, and eventually there was only a small, inconspicuous spot of light still shining. For some reason, Li Wenyuan felt that this spot of light represented the solar system. The aliens were also making wild guesses at this time. The pyramid seems to have awakened. But what will happen next? Maybe we should find a safer place to hide. I don't see black fog. Some seem to want to leave the ruins, but the old professor shouted, "I will never leave this place." At this moment, his eyes were blood red. Even if he had to look straight at the sun, he still wanted to see the sky. I've been studying alien ruins for half my life, and this is the first time I've seen one successfully activated. No matter what the consequences are, I must see them with my own eyes. even if I have to pay with my life." This was the first time the old professor showed his mad passion for ruins. Cooper also did not move. His instinct told him that he couldn't miss this moment. At the same time, a large number of notifications appeared in the virtual world where Li Wenyuan was located. Notification received from the automatic defense system. Strong subspace fluctuations detected. Notification received from the station Deep Space Observation. Strong subspace oscillations detected. The number of notifications was extremely large, but without exception they all reported strong subspace oscillations detected. Surprisingly, none of the subsystems issued a warning, as if they were very familiar with these subspace fluctuations. The next moment, the world plunged into night, although a second ago it was sunny. No light was visible in the sky, which was dark as ink. It looked as if a huge monster had swallowed all the stars and plunged the earth into endless night. Why did the sky suddenly become dark? Maybe the effect of this pyramid is not to revive the dead, but to change the day and night of the planet, someone in the pyramid asked. At this time, the only source of light was the glowing inner wall and the almost disappeared small star system on the star map. "No," Cooper suddenly said, his eyes full of shock. "The sky did not become dark. It's just that something appeared in it and completely obscured the entire sky." Combat AI of the mobile subspace fleet. Connection established with the administrative matrix. Transfer of control to the administrative matrix according to the security protocol. Mobile fleet module became available. Completion of the administrative matrix. 35%. Granted additional administrative rights. Stunned, Li Wenyuan looked at the huge model of the ship in the database. He wasn't an expert in rocketry, but everything he knew about life told him that this ship had nothing to do with mobility. Ship blueprint added to database. New technology added to tech tree database that usually I immediately recorded the data. This time I spent much more time on it. Li Wenyuan heard the notification from the system only when the alien group had already held several rounds of discussions and even began to record what they saw and heard. He then opened the technology tree interface and looked at the 8th level technology, which was at a very high place. Among the gray icons, only one technology glowed like a guiding star. Sky Guardian Battleship, Technology Level. 8. Introduction. With enough knowledge and use of subspace, we will no longer have to worry about the size and mass of the spaceship. Building a super-large battleship large enough to cover an entire star system will be an interstellar marvel of the new era and will be admired by any civilization. Available technologies. Subdimensional giant construction project, 0%. Theory of creation, 0%. Curtain theory, 0%. Subspace is a buffer zone that exists between matter and antimatter. It was not space in the usual sense of the word, and ordinary physical theories did not apply to it. The huge battleship that now blocked the entire sky used technology related to subspace. According to the drawing in the database, the actual cross-sectional area of this giant battleship was larger than the solar system. Such a huge volume and mass made it impossible for the battleship to fully manifest itself in reality, since the gravity it produced was sufficient to destroy the ship itself. In fact, the huge black curtain that now covered the sky was only a very small part of the ship's hull, no more than 0.0001% of its total size. But even so, the battleship Sky Guardian instantly attracted everyone's attention. As stated in the description, any civilization will admire it. Even though I have the blueprints, I still can't create this thing. Li Wenyuan didn't seem to be particularly happy that he had obtained a powerful Tier 8 technology. This was because the preliminary technologies required for the Sky Guardian battleship had not yet been unlocked, and the cost of creating it was also simply unimaginably high. He couldn't even imagine how people in the past managed to build such a giant. Let's first see what unexpected functions this heavenly guardian battleship has. Li Wenyuan looked at the parameters related to it with great interest. The aliens at this time were also enthusiastically discussed the unknown object that blocked the sky. What do you think it could be? Based on the fact that it appeared after the activation of the ruins, it is most likely something created by the local civilization. Maybe it is some kind of cosmic life form? Life form? I don't think this is possible. So much time passed, but we did not notice any movement. It seems to me more that this is a cosmic phenomenon unknown to science. It's difficult to say. When the macroscopic size of a creature reaches a certain level, the laws we are familiar with may not apply to it. Do you really think that such a large creature needs to consume plants or meat? But it could also just be a cosmic phenomenon. Maybe, after activating these ruins, they will create such a black curtain that will place the entire planet in a state where it does not interact with the outside world. Honestly, it also seems to me more that this is a cosmic phenomenon unknown to science. The young man suddenly spoke, who was silent for a long time, attracting everyone's attention. Our instruments did not detect any suspicious signals. In fact, since he came out, I've been very concerned about one thing. Why is this place not subject to anomalous gravity? The young man's eyes seemed to glow at this moment, and his strong self-confidence made him speak with fervor and confidence. Whether it is because of his large size or because of his proximity, his mass must have a huge impact on this planet. However, gravity does not seem to affect it. What does it mean? This means that it has no mass, or rather, it has very little mass. At the same time, it really covers the entire sky. It seems to me that we should clearly interpret this as an unknown cosmic phenomenon and use this hypothesis as the basis for all further research. The more the young man spoke, the more excited he became, as if he was very confident in his theory. Even the professor couldn't help but nod, as if agreeing with the other's words. But immediately after that, a shrill voice interrupted him. Sounds quite plausible, but don't be so sure. Our ships are a good example of this. Maybe this is the effect of some technology unknown to us that affects gravity? This voice was familiar to everyone, but it made everyone's hair stand on end. Fatty? But, I personally saw you, eaten by that huge spider? The young man was on the verge of giving away his secret, but at the last moment he managed to correct himself. The others were amazed at the resurrection of the fat man. So we didn't pay any attention to this little hiccup. Actually, it wasn't a huge spider. Well, it really looks like it. But if we look more carefully, we will see that it's just a big robot. Fat Man didn't seem to react at all to their surprised reaction. He continued to say calmly, "There was a warehouse inside this robot. Soon after you left, he hung me from a tree, as if he wanted to punish me for something in this way. But I found a way to escape and followed the tracks you left. And here I am. What, aren't you glad to see me alive?" Such a description of the event was, to put it mildly, restrained, and no one could so easily believe in it. On the other hand, he really appeared here alive and well, and everyone was too embarrassed by this fact to look for any logical errors in his story. Strange, but they remembered how they discussed that these ruins could be used to resurrect the dead. Maybe Fat Man came back to life after their activation? In the end, unable to stand the prolonged pause, Cooper said, "Of course, we are all happy that you are alive, but you understand. Considering all the circumstances, I need to ask you a couple of questions. If you can answer them, then we will gladly take you back to the team." "Oh, you met some kind of monster that can imitate the appearance of other creatures? However, it doesn't matter. Ask your questions." First question, who am I? Are you Cooper? Second question, where is your home planet? This is the planet Calipor Meech. The fat man answered 2 consecutive questions without any surprises, and serious. The expressions on the faces of the rest of the crew gradually relaxed. Only Cooper continued to frown, feeling that something was wrong with the fat man in front of him. Last question. What is our purpose for coming here? To explore the ruins recorded in the manuscript you received from your father. So, is everything okay? Fat Man's answers to all the questions made everyone believe that it was him. Even Cooper had a relieved expression on his face. Welcome back to the team, Fatty. I thought I would never see you again. Your experience is truly legendary. If we can leave this place, I'll write a book about you. That's right, that's right. Everyone more or less spoke in the same vein, and Cooper was no exception. I'm really glad you're alive and well, mate, but we've got a lot of new doubts during this period. Galactic language. We really need your help as a biologist. Laborn language. Yes, of course. I'll do everything I can. Laborn language. At that moment, Cooper's pupils narrowed. He stopped the crowd, ready to rush to hug Fatty, and stared at him nervously. Fatty also realized something. He changed his language and continued speaking again in the galactic language. You don't need to be so wary. Can't I learn foreign languages in my free time? It's not just a matter of learning a foreign language. Cooper looked at the fat man with a serious expression and said slowly, I don't know who you are, but you probably haven't been around for a long time. Contacted Interstellar Society. The Laborn language is known for its extreme complexity. Most of the time, when other civilizations need to use it, they just use an automatic translator. Hey, you're not going to call me an imposter just based on this, are you? You know, this is a little biased. Maybe I'm just a linguistic genius? The fat man looked at Cooper with interest, trying to make one last attempt to justify himself. After a short silence, Cooper continued. Pronunciation in the Laborn language requires a special organ, and on our ship, I was the only one who had it. On our ship, I was the only one who had it. After Fatty heard Cooper's words, he laughed, gradually revealing his true face. It's really my miscalculation. I should have spent more time scouting before making direct contact. However, this is not so important. The fat man's body began to distort, and the camouflage projection attached to his skin instantly disappeared, revealing the figure of a synthetic humanoid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the ruler of this planet. You can also call me Administrator. Administrator. Cooper frowned and looked warily at the unknown creature. His brain began to search for any information related to this name, but found nothing. Just as he was about to say something, a young man next to him suddenly spoke, his tone filled with hostility. So you were the one who knocked our ship off course? Of course, it wasn't difficult to hack your security system. Li Wenyuan readily agreed without even trying to avoid responsibility. So, it's enough to deal with you here, and we can leave. The young man's eyes became more and more dangerous, as if he wanted to fight. Li Wenyuan was also stunned. He looked at the young man appraisingly and could not help but say, Is self-confidence a virtue in your culture? Why do you think that someone who was able to take control of your ship without you even noticing it would be defeated by you in battle? Only the unknown is scary, but now that you are here, we know what we are dealing with. And for us, you have become someone we can definitely defeat. The young man still had no fear and looked quite confident. Li Wenyuan nodded. I understand. I was wondering whether I should maintain a mysterious appearance to make contact with you, but in the end, I need to establish cooperation with you, and I decided that it was better to show my face as a sign of friendliness and openness in the relationship. But I did not expect that you would try to attack me. Then he looked at the young man with visible curiosity. I noticed this before. You seem to have an inexplicable confidence that you cannot get hurt. While everyone else was worried, you maintained a calmness that was surprising for your circumstances. Perhaps you have some kind of secret. These words caused the young man's pupils to shrink slightly, but on the surface, he still maintained his indifference. Finally, the professor stood in front of the crowd and stared at the unknown being in front of him. Dear Administrator, My student's words just now were a little offensive. I apologize on his behalf and hope that you can forgive him." His words were full of humility, and he immediately apologized, putting himself in a lower position. The professor was more mature and insightful. He could tell that the administrator did not have anything to do with them, yet evil intentions. It would be easy for a being with such technology to kill them. There would be no need to have any dialogue with them. Judging by the words of the administrator, he still needed their help to some extent. Otherwise, he would not have to come out in person to show his sincerity. So the professor wanted to know what the administrator wanted. Cooper thought the same thing. Provided that he could guarantee his safety, he was eager to find out the secret of this place at all costs, since most likely it had something to do with the death of his father. "Then, dear administrator, could you please tell us, what do you mean by cooperation?" "Of course. I came here to discuss this." Li Wenyuan nodded and continued. "As you can see, there are many ruins on this planet, and countless secrets are hidden in them. For me, my area of expertise lies in planetary governance. I don't know how to excavate, so I need experts to help me uncover the secrets of the relics hidden here. My offer is this. I will provide you with all the necessary resources, including food, equipment, labor, and good living conditions." The synthetic humanoid controlled by Li Wenyuan looked at them with a smile and after a pause said, "Everything except freedom. I have no plans to release you from this planet yet, but if you make enough contribution, I will also consider the possibility of your release." "Unacceptable." Before the others could speak, the young man said firmly, "Why should we listen to the words of some unknown creature? What if you're just taking us for a show-off? Maybe you're just a tramp who came here before us and used your little tricks to make us think you're someone very powerful, so we'll work for you. We will not allow ourselves to be deceived." "Shut up." The old professor frowned at the young man and cursed him dozens of times in his heart. He then looked at Li Wenyuan cautiously. "Dear administrator, my student is a little impatient. Please forgive him. But you see, we also want to know if you have the strength to support our excavation work. After all, it will be difficult for us to explore dangerous ruins only with the help of our physical bodies." Of course, the old professor was no stupider than the young man. He couldn't believe the administrator's story just based on his words. If the administrator cannot provide convincing evidence, it means that he really wants to deceive, the professor thought. But he still had a resigned expression on his face. "Yes, no problem." Li Wenyuan nodded and snapped his fingers. "You were just discussing what that thing in the sky is. I can tell you that this is a ship. Why doesn't it generate gravity? Because his body is in subspace. What is in the sky is only its projection in the real universe. Here its mass does not exceed the mass of a meteorite." As he spoke, the dark sky instantly became bright again. The sun still hung high in the sky, and the previous darkness seemed like an illusion. What? Everyone seemed to be at a loss. Could such a huge object be just a spaceship? And more importantly, how amazing must a civilization be that can build such ships? This may not be enough, so I will show you some drawings and operating principles of this ship. I believe that with your level of education, you will be able to distinguish what is fiction and what is science. The synthetic humanoid's eyes glowed and a miniature blueprint of the Sky Guardian ship was projected in the air. Various formulas and explanations surrounded it, and it looked very realistic. On the other hand, Cooper and the professor's eyes lit up, and their brains, filled with knowledge, instantly began to analyze the new information. When they encountered a problem, they even began to discuss it on the spot. Sometimes they argued until their faces turned red, and sometimes they nodded their heads and clicked their tongues in surprise. Even the young man, who was always dissatisfied, could not resist looking at the projection in such an atmosphere, and then was so captivated by the complex and fantastic structure that he himself did not notice how he went deeper into it. Despite the fact that there were many parts they could not understand, they had to admit that this was truly a scientific discovery comparable to a miracle. Well, Now do you believe me? The only civilizations that could have such technology, these are mysterious empires. Dear Administrator, forgive our ignorance. It is my honor to serve you. The professor's attitude instantly became respectful. If earlier he still had some doubts, then after viewing the drawing he was completely convinced of the power of the civilization represented by the Administrator. Oh, even if you cannot return to your homeland? Li Wenyuan asked with great interest. The professor hesitated for a moment and said, although it would be very sad, my main goal in life is to obtain results from my research on extraterrestrial ruins. I don't care if I can return to my home planet as long as I can fulfill my life's aspiration. I will die without regrets. What an amazing spirit. Li Wenyuan praised and looked at Cooper. What do you say? I agree with the professor, Cooper quickly answered. I came here to investigate the cause of my father's death. Now that I have found the clue, I will not agree to leave even if you send me away. Okay. Li Wenyuan nodded and finally looked at the young man, who was very arrogant. So, what will be your decision? The young man was silent for a long time. His eyes flickered constantly, as if he was in deep thought. Finally, as if he had made a decision, he asked Li Wenyuan, before I answer, may I ask a question? Of course. Can I ask if you are piloting a ship in the sky? I manage it. What's the matter? Li Wenyuan answered happily. He also looked at the young man curiously, wondering why he was asking this question. The young man sighed in relief and his entire body seemed to relax. His eyes, originally full of change, gradually turned into a playful gaze. His expression was full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. He walked forward slowly, and with every step, his essence, energy, and spirit increased by one level. The confidence that followed turned into an aura that allowed him to look down on everyone around him. Then there is nothing to be afraid of anymore. Old man, these tricks of yours are already outdated. As soon as he said this, a mocking smile appeared on his face. I need to show you the full power of the new era. Old man, these tricks of yours are already outdated. Even Li Wenyuan was momentarily stunned by the young man's arrogant and confident tone. Damn, does he really have a powerful trump card that I couldn't discover? Could it be some kind of super bomb that can blow up the entire solar system? He couldn't. To avoid panicky thoughts, he looked at the young man with more caution than before. Seeing how the administrator reacted to his words, the young man became even more confident, and his every move was filled with an aura of irresistible superiority. I knew you were bluffing. Otherwise, why didn't the life force detector that the powerful figure gave me react to you? It can even detect even cosmic life forms capable of devouring planets. This means that either your life force is so strong that you can freely walk among the stars, or you are just a weak ant with excessive impudence. And obviously, this is not the first option. Life forms that have reached this level, without exception, exist in the form of pure energy. The young man spoke majestically, showing off in front of his comrades. By his nature, he cannot miss such a moment to amuse his vanity. Li Wenyuan also heard additional information from his words. Wow, there are such life forms? The universe is truly full of miracles. Moreover, this powerful figure? His eyes twinkled as he looked at the young man who was still spewing his nonsense with gusto. Meanwhile, he quietly aimed one of the cannons of the battleship Sky Guardian at this place. If necessary, he will abandon this group of experts and destroy the threat in the bud. I miscalculated a little. Next time I shouldn't come out so openly. Being a puppeteer behind the scenes is the best strategy of all. Li Wenyuan admitted his mistakes with belated regret. After a long observation and scanning, he was absolutely sure that this group of aliens did not have any abilities that could threaten him, which is why he was so open offered them cooperation. But what if this young man really had a bomb that could destroy the entire planet? But what can we say about this now? We need to increase our vigilance. As soon as this alien makes a move, he will immediately turn everything here into dust. That's enough, Hushi. At this moment, Cooper could no longer hold back. He pointed to the young man and for the first time called him by name. Who gave you such courage? Have you forgotten how our spaceship got out of control? Are you so sure that your rotten device or whatever else you are counting on will work? Shut up! Hushi suddenly stared at Cooper as if he was looking at a blood enemy. Do you think you are worthy of disrespecting the capabilities of my patron? I can't stand your smug face for a long time now. You Laborns are just a trash civilization that has just left your home world, and you, along with the rest of your backward race, are worthy of studying alongside me. Yes, just the color of your appearance makes me sick. You! Cooper was so angry that he could barely utter a word. He never thought that this was the reason why Hushi disliked him so much. No matter how hard-working a person from a trash civilization is, he will never catch up to a person from a higher civilization like me. Having said this, Hushi coldly looked at the indifferent Li Wenyuan and said with greed in his eyes, "And you, old fool, I'm very interested in your technology for controlling this ship. If you ask me to accept this technology and allow me to become the master of this ship, I may consider making you my slave and giving you the glory of witnessing my conquest of the Milky Way." Li Wenyuan was not annoyed by his impudent words. Instead, he thought to himself, "Oh, so it's all because of the battleship? As expected, good things don't need publicity. But is this alien really that powerful?" It was the last doubt in his heart that stopped him from using the ship's cannon. If possible, he didn't want to lose the archaeologists he needed. Still, first, I need to see what he has up his sleeve. I'm already ready to activate. Even if this synthetic humanoid loses contact, the ship's cannon will open automatic fire. Thus, he continued to look at the young man silently. Seeing this, he also realized that the old man in front of him had no intention of following his instructions. With a mocking expression on his face, and he even turned to Li Wenyuan with some pity, as expected. "Don't throw pearls before swine. You relics of the past love to immerse yourself in your own world and look down on everything new, not knowing that this is what will cause your death." After these words, he also snapped his fingers. The entire interior of the ruin suddenly plunged into a strange atmosphere. The shining walls began to tremble, and the dust attached to them flew off without stopping. Cooper and the other aliens suddenly fell to their knees and continued to lie on the ground, as if they were experiencing some kind of enormous pressure. They trembled finely all over their bodies, and their faces were distorted by excruciating suffering, as if they were trying to hold a huge rock on their shoulders. Li Wenyuan's pupils also shrank, and he almost forced the battleship to open fire on this place. The next moment, the shaking of the walls stopped, and everything returned to apparent normality. Only the group of aliens remained in a lying position. Well, how? Do you feel this power? This is an honor that only a select few can receive. All of you, kneel before me. The young man maintained his extremely confident and self-satisfied appearance. Only Li Wenyuan, who was confused, couldn't help but ask, "Is that all?" Although he did not say this with any hidden mockery but was truly surprised, his words still seemed to hit Hushi's ears. "You bastard! How dare you mock me, the Great Chosen One? You deserve to die!" Hushi's eyes immediately became bloodshot, and the surrounding walls began to tremble again. This time, the bodies of the remaining aliens began to bleed, and their internal organs were damaged. Only Li Wenyuan still looked at Hushi with a strange expression. Why? Are you not affected? Shouldn't everyone kneel before me?" Hushi looked at the motionless administrator in disbelief, and his expression became insane. "On your knees. A pathetic ant like you can only admire me by looking down at me." He increased the magical effect again, putting the lives of the rest of the crew at risk. At this moment, Li Wenyuan, who had not reacted at all, suddenly spoke. "Oh, I understand. Gravity manipulation? This is the first time I've seen something like this. However, I cannot allow you to continue like this. Otherwise, the experts I worked so hard to find will die." Before Hu Shi could react, the legs of the synthetic humanoid moved slightly. The next moment, he literally slammed him into the wall. The force that was suppressing the group of archaeologists immediately dissipated, and the professor spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Hu Shi in the wall and said, "This technology. Are you one of Grand Duke Yingxia's men? No wonder you had a vitality detection detector." Hearing the familiar name, Li Wenyuan's expression did not change. Instead, he raised his hand and pointed it at Hu Shi. The bionic skin on his palm suddenly split open, revealing a black hole behind it. An aura of death arose within the void. "I thought there was no such stupid creature in the world, but you really opened my eyes. You can't even tell the difference between a living being and a robot, and yet you still expected to defeat me using gravity manipulation techniques? Honestly, even if you increase it 100 times, it will not affect me at all, because the capabilities of this body are far beyond your imagination. But you were so confident in yourself that I even began to take you seriously. If you had used your acting talent, you would no doubt have become a big name in the art world, but I'm afraid you no longer have a future to talk about. Speak." These words announced Hu Chi's death sentence, causing his expression to change slightly. He tried to crawl out of the wall, but continued to threaten. "You don't know who you're talking to. I have been elected Grand Duke. Do you know how powerful he is? You retarded old fool. If you dare to kill me, you and your entire pathetic planet will become food for the Grand Duke of Yingxia. But if you apologize to me immediately, so be it. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, well, then there really are stupid creatures like you in the world." Li Wenyuan shook his head. He didn't bother talking to this idiot anymore. The synthetic humanoid's palm flashed, and a high-energy beam of light pierced Hu Shi's head. At the moment his life stopped, Hu Shi still maintained his arrogant manner, as if he never believed that Li Wenyuan was really going to kill him. When the corpse fell to the ground, Li Wenyuan turned to the other aliens with a friendly smile, as if nothing had happened. "Do you have medicine to treat your wounds? If you don't have one, I can lend you one, but it's not free. 1 pill for 1 year of freedom. How about that? Isn't this a good deal?" The aliens who had been pretending to be seriously wounded suddenly stood up. Their physical form was very strong due to genetic enhancement. They looked pitiful, but they weren't actually seriously injured. After hastily swallowing the medical capsules they brought with them, their facial expressions quickly returned to normal. "However, we did suffer some internal injuries. We hope to rest for a few days before starting the excavation work." Cooper carefully tried to bargain with the administrator in front of him. Li Wenyuan also nodded and agreed to his request, being in a good mood. "Of course, you should rest. You must get used to the planet's environment. After all, it will be your home for a very long time." Looking at his happy expression, Cooper somehow felt as if he had fallen straight into a black hole. When he led his students to the housing that the administrator had arranged for them, they were amazed by the majestic picture. It was the synthetic city. A huge number of buildings gathered in the prototype area. Thanks to impeccable pre-planning, it didn't feel overcrowded and at the same time made the most of all the available space. From the metal floor to the skyscraper soaring into the heavens, it was as big as an amusement park covering thousands of square meters, and just as small, like a rice cooker connected to a metal base. Everything in the city was synthesized by some larger mechanism. Simply put, it was a city printed by a super-large 3D printer. Could he have foreseen all this? What an incredible civilization this is. Cooper's words were accompanied by a deep sigh. To be honest, he was horrified. He felt that the greatest success in his life was that he did not say anything bad to the administrator from the very beginning. He could not even imagine how powerful the civilization of this planet was at the zenith of its glory. The Laburn Federation, founded by his own race, in comparison did not deserve to be even a speck of dust in their eyes. A civilization that can build such a warship can certainly easily build such a city. The professor was also amazed, and his eyes were full of aesthetic delight, as if the city in front of him was a work of art. Li Wenyuan felt good listening to the flattering words of the aliens. Although the construction of the city had nothing to do with him, who doesn't like to see the envious eyes of others? Their speculation also attracted Li Wenyuan's attention. He took out a technology tree and began to read. The construction of this city must have used these technologies, right? With this thought, he found the corresponding entry among the dark branches and leaves. Large-scale printing project. Technology level. 5. Description. In the past, the assembly line greatly increased the capabilities of industry, and the assembly shop became synonymous with efficiency. However, in an era where manufactured goods are gradually becoming larger, we must try to find more efficient methods. For example, a machine that can print cities. Available technology. Unified fleet, 0%. Giant printing project, 0%. Giant construction project, 0%. Li Wenyuan has not activated this technology. The synthetic city in front of him was one of the legacies left behind by humans. However, at the moment, there was only one such city on the planet. Apparently, the prospects for this large-scale printing project were not very optimistic. People only experimented with it once before giving up on using it. Otherwise, these synthetic cities would be everywhere. You guys aren't robots, so I don't think we can just implant a chip in you. We'll use this for now. He took out an object that looked like a tablet and gave one to each of the aliens. There must be many similar things in interstellar space. I am sure that thanks to your intelligence, you will be able to quickly figure out how this tablet works. If you have any problems, please contact me through him. After saying this, he turned around and took off. He made an elegant arc in the sky and disappeared from the aliens' sight. The aliens also looked at each other, and Cooper couldn't help but say, "He's just leaving? Doesn't he need to keep an eye on us?" The professor sighed and said powerlessly, "This entire planet must be under his complete control. Please note that besides him, we did not meet any other representatives of his civilization. If I'm not mistaken, besides us, he is the only intelligent life form here. Have a good rest in the next couple of days, guys, and be prepared to never be able to return home." Li Wenyuan did not hear the discussion of aliens. It was just a small idea that he had flown off somewhere. In fact, his consciousness returned to the Matrix core immediately after he said goodbye to the aliens. At that moment, the autopsy results of the extremely confident alien Hu Shi were ready. Li Wenyuan was very curious about how exactly he controlled gravity, and now the answer was right in front of him. In the laboratory in the research area, a white fragment the size of a grain of rice was caught in the center by a powerful force field. It was a special material extracted from Hu Shi's body that also surprised Li Wenyuan. Neutron star living matter. Description: the high-density neutron star matter has been artificially separated and maintained in a degenerate neutron state. It appears that there is a special group of people in the universe who can use this substance to generate gravity on a small scale. There is even a race that is endowed with such superpowers? Li Wenyuan frowned. It was difficult for him to understand. The matter of a grain-sized neutron star weighed more than 10 million tons. He didn't understand how an ordinary and stupid alien like Hu Shi could hold it in his body without being crushed by it. Don't tell me that this has something to do with these idealistic civilizations again. At the thought of that anti-scientific mind-reading creature was starting to give him a headache. He wanted to dig up Newton's coffin and let the old man see for himself what magic is. But thanks to him, I also discovered a new technology. As soon as he said this, the technology tree appeared again in the virtual world. In the middle part, there was also one technology that was light. Zero-element material. Technology level 6. Description: high-density neutron materials can solve the warship defense problem that has been troubling us for a long time. Available technology: Element 0 armor, 0%. The Element 0 material branch ended with Element 0 armor, which surprised Li Wenyuan a little. It's a pity that I didn't activate the Element 0 mining technology in advance. I can't create this armor even if I will have her technology. For some time, he still complained that again he received technology that he did not need yet, and then turned his attention to the project that was recently completed. Finally! With this, I won't have to worry about resources. His eyes lit up, and his digital vision was filled with expectations of a great future. At this moment, the huge black box slowly rose from the ground. It was a dimension creation device that had just been repaired. It could extract resources from parallel universes and create them in this one. Its main buildings were located in this huge black box, which occupied an area of more than 1,000 square kilometers. Although it was much smaller than the Level 4 singular point, it was still a very special piece of equipment. Li Wenyuan still remembered that the repair blueprint specifically stated that once the dimension creation device was activated, neither people nor even robots. At the same time, they could not use special surveillance equipment to directly observe the inside of the black box. Even if there was a problem, they had to wait until the dimension creation device shut down before they could repair it. It can be said that, according to the special instructions in the blueprint, once the device is activated, it becomes a restricted area for observation. Although the resources produced will be transported to the outside world through fully automatic transport tubes, Li Wenyuan always felt a cold sweat run down his back when he looked at these special instructions. Okay, forget it. There are a lot of strange things and potential problems in this universe. It's better to think about something, then more real. Still, he had no intention of violating the special instructions. He ordered the synthetic humanoid to transfer the last missing part to the external input device for repair, and Saro was immediately sent to the black box. After that, everything was calm. There were no explosions or strange lights. The world was still functioning normally. But Li Wenyuan, who was staring intently at the planet control interface, gradually smiled. Current energy output of the planet: 120,000 energy units. Corrupted data consumption: 72,000 energy units. Dimension creation device. Consumption: 5,000 energy units. Current energy savings: 15050 energy units. The dimension creation device began to work normally, and he also saw the last, most important value for him, which was constantly growing. It's good to live in abundance. Another 10 years of development and it will be possible to enter the interstellar stage without great fears, right? 10 years were nothing more than an instant on the scale of the universe. No one would have thought that during these 10 years in a small galaxy on the edge of the Milky Way. Along the way, a terrifying civilization was emerging. Given the current damage, we will need at least 20 more humanoids as cannon fodder to explore these ruins, said one of the aliens. Why so many? Although the administrator does not limit us in the use of resources, we cannot throw them away so carelessly. Let's reduce this number to at least 1, answered the other. In that case, all we can do is compete in skill. Do you still have that drug to enhance the spirit that you took last time? It was a sample developed by Administrator. I begged him to share it, and I only had 2 left. It's a pity. I wanted to feel like Superman again. Okay, forget it. Would you like to place a bet? I bet I will reach the depths of the ruins before you, and at the same time my losses will be less than yours. Ha! Does a young man like you really want to compete with an old man like me? Normally, I would think twice, but now that I have synchronized my consciousness with a synthetic humanoid, I already know who will win. At the entrance to the ruins, two aliens made a bet. They were Cooper and a professor who had lived here for almost 10 years. In the past 10 years, they had indeed excavated a lot of ruins, but it only accounted for 15% of the planet. However, this 15% brought many unimaginable benefits to Li Wenyuan. Today was the day they launched the Site 012 excavation project. Excavation of ruins had long become a familiar part of their lives. From a cautious attitude at the beginning, they gradually gave themselves free rein, until in the end they were completely immersed in this truly unique life experience. They were happier than ever in their lives, indulging in a favorite activity from which they had never were tired. Then, let's start at the same time after counting down 10 seconds. Cooper was the first to put on a helmet-like device, and desire shone in his eyes. The professor didn't say anything in response, but also put on similar equipment. A few seconds later, two synthetic humanoids suddenly raised their heads. The artificial eye that was supposed to be deprived of life flashed with a bright light. It was a consciousness synchronization device that Li Wenyuan had developed specifically for them. It could synchronize the organism's consciousness signal with synthetic humanoids, allowing them to be controlled almost perfectly. Archaeologists fell in love with synthetic humanoids after trying them. It was not as exciting as first-person exploration with a synthetic humanoid. The two synthetic humanoids looked at each other as if challenging and in the next moment disappeared into the ruins. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Earth, in the huge administrative core, Li Wenyuan was thinking about something. A series of data was neatly placed in front of him, and this was the result of his 10 years of work. Completing the repair of planetary objects, Level 4 singular point in Zone A91 A95, Dimension Creation Device in Zone C2C6, Robot Assembly Factory in Zone R1, Research Center in Area R10, Planetary Support Control Center in Area R25. Space Facilities Repair Completion, Clear Sky Space Station, Wide Range Signal Obstruction Station, FTL Suppressor, Unmanned Fleet Size, Battleship Heavenly Guardian, X-1, Battleship Titan X-1, Cruisers X-25, Battleships X-10, Frigates X-200, Completion of Repair of the Administrative Matrix, 45%. In addition to this, there were other results. For example, Li Wenyuan studied almost all the technologies of the 5th level, and he has also successfully researched a small number of Level 6 technologies. Thanks to this, he also created a lot of good things. I'm almost at a dead end. Most Level 6 technologies will take over 10 years to develop, not to mention more advanced technologies that will take hundreds or even thousands of years. Maybe is it because the computing power of the research area is not big enough? He looked at the fully loaded research area and felt a little helpless. The complexity of these technologies increased exponentially. In the beginning, the research zone could easily handle this, but now it looks a bit outdated. I need to find a way to improve my research ability. Should we go to other planets to build more research areas, or should we build a planetary research facility? In any case, I must go into interstellar space again. The solar system is our home, so it should not become overpopulated. It is still impossible to build everything that is needed only here. I definitely need to go to other galaxies to develop. Now I can afford it without fear of falling flat on my face? Li Wenyuan's eyes flashed as he looked at the distant starry celestial sphere. There, in the abyss, floated a flotilla. His decade of production was used to build this fleet. He never had a sense of security, so he urgently needed this space defense force to eliminate any possible intruders. After repairing the Clear Sky space station, which was moving towards the star, he found many blueprints for the construction of warships. From a frigate, long less than 1,000 meters, to the Titan battleship, almost 100 kilometers long, all this was now available to him. I must go to Kuribo again. This time, I must be able to accurately assess the strength of the current interstellar civilization. If it is in an acceptable range, then we can expand. Otherwise, many things cannot be realized in the solar system. Following his thoughts, a group of synthetic humanoids from the station entered one of the research ships. He did not plan to buy many things this time. Therefore, a simple exploration ship with all sorts of functions would be the best choice for exploring the universe. Several frigates separated from the fleet and escorted this ship to the edge of the galaxy. After leaving the gravity well of the sun, they activated the hyperspace drive and went to the Kuribo Trading Company enclave. Lillian, who was busy with her daily prayers, apparently felt something and raised her head. Her human appearance had not changed in the past 10 years, which surprised Li Wenyuan at the time. After Li Wenyuan took a strand of her hair for testing, he discovered that her cells were aging very slowly and regenerating at a terrifying rate. This meant that she would not have any obvious changes in appearance for at least another 500 years. After some questioning, he learned that Lillian's race was born this way. Among them, there were even individuals who lived for more than 2,000 years. Since then, Li Wenyuan became even more curious about her race, and even wanted to go to her home planet to learn more. I hope I can get useful information from this trip. In any case, staying on Earth was boring to death. Hurry up! Quickly notify headquarters. We are under attack by a swarm of bees. Damn! Where is the patrol fleet? Where were they? Hurry up and fight off these dangerous eaters, my dear adventurers. A swarm of bees attacked this place and blocked the hyperspace channel leading to the outside world. We must unite to overcome this crisis. The Kuribo Trading Company promises generous rewards to all participants in this battle. The enclave of Kuribo Trading Company, number 13, was currently experiencing a catastrophe. No one could have thought that even such a remote place on the edge of the Milky Way would be attacked by a swarm of bees. The badly damaged guard frigate fought its way through the chaos of the battle, dodging the acid blasts of the bugs and using advanced technology to destroy the mosquitoes that blocked the way. He then landed at the crumbling spaceport of a trading enclave. The tall alien jumped from the ship and saw a tragic scene. Countless pieces of corpses of various races were scattered all over the earth, and pus froze in the air, mixed with an intoxicating and disgusting smell. A small number of flying insects that, out of control of the nest, still wandered here, indifferently gnawing on the remains scattered throughout the land. The alien frowned and, using the weapon in his hands, killed several of the flying insects, who despite this continued their feast. Then he spoke through the communicator. "Hello? Is anyone alive? I'm Mao Xiong. I need whoever controls the defensive ion cannon on the platform. Please answer if you can hear me." There was Mao Xiong, a bear-shaped alien who was trying to extort money from Li Wenyuan. He was now emitting a murderous aura, and his eyes were cold. He was indifferent to the corpses on the ground, as if he had long been accustomed to something like this. After a series of rustling sounds, someone answered his call. "This is a shopping center. At the moment, we are surrounded by a swarm of bees and cannot allocate extra personnel. I hope you can quickly bring people to help." Not only did he not receive the expected help, but on the contrary, he himself was asked to help. This made Mao Xiong immediately hang up the call. He angrily grabbed himself by the fur of the fur and shouted somewhere behind him, "Get down urgently! They are ready to break through to the defense platform. Otherwise, we will all die here." As soon as he finished speaking, several more people jumped down from the docked frigate. All of them were veterans. Meanwhile, Mao Xiong led the remaining battle group and began to move deeper into the trading station filled with corpses. At this time, two groups of creatures were fighting in outer space. One was the Kuribo patrol fleet, mixed with the ships of adventurers who did not manage to leave in time, and the other was a swarm of all-devouring bees that caused a massacre here. The bee swarm was a civilization consisting of very dangerous creatures. When it came to the question of whether they should be considered a civilization or not, interstellar scientists argued among themselves for a long time before they finally decided on the admissibility of their classification as a civilization. They had most of the required characteristics, including the division of labor, the existence of a language, and in general, everything about them seemed very orderly and understandable except for their inexplicable craving for collecting organic matter. In simple terms, they loved to turn all living things into organic molecules and then use these organic molecules as a resource for self-development. The whole process was to devour all alien life forms they encountered. For most creatures, this was certainly a terrible disaster, but for the bee swarm itself, it was only the most effective way of evolution. Damn it, what's going on at headquarters? Didn't they claim victory? Why is there a swarm of bees here? One of the employees in the central building began to swear, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even the man in charge of this place, Blenig, looked at him, although he only expressed what each of those present was thinking. Recently, a swarm of bees expanded to one of the planets under the jurisdiction of Kuribo and turned this planet with great potential into a desert full of only bare rocks. Of course, the company could not put the brakes on an incident of this kind. They immediately declared a state of war and used a large number of mercenaries to counterattack the bee swarm, quickly achieving victory after victory. And now, when it seemed that the war was coming to an end and in some places were already celebrating the final success, the bee swarm returned to take revenge. They created a new outer shell that could protect them from detection by interstellar probes, and, unnoticed by everyone, they reached several enclaves of Kuribo, and this place was just one of them. Hold on! Reinforcements from headquarters are on their way. If we survive this, each of us will have our contract cut by 50 years. Blaning tried to say a few encouraging words, but no one answered him. After all, based on the current situation, it was unlikely that any of them would survive. Blaning's eyes also darkened slightly. Although he had always looked down on idealistic civilizations, at this time he couldn't help but pray for a miracle. At this moment, in a neighboring galaxy from the trading station, Li Wenyuan looked at the distress signal he received and frowned. After a month of traveling through hyperspace, the research ship and the unmanned frigates he controlled were about to enter the galaxy where the Kuribo trading station was located. However, it was at that moment that he received a call from them for help. To all interstellar civilizations who are receiving this message, I am Bleaning, manager of the Kuribo Trading Company Enclave number 13. Our coordinates here are XSXX. We were attacked by a swarm of bees. On behalf of Kuribo, I ask for help. Anyone who sends a fleet to support will receive a generous reward, regardless of the final result. This Kuribo enclave was the closest interstellar information point to the solar system. Li Wenyuan didn't want this place to be destroyed, but he was a little worried about the strength of his own fleet. Is it enough to get involved in this conflict? Swarm of bees sounded like an insectoid life form. He remembered a famous phrase he had heard in Star X competitions. My swarm is endless, and your troops are dying every second. The outcome of this battle is predetermined. Thinking about the overwhelming number of insects, Li Wenyuan felt that perhaps at the current level of development, he was not yet their rival. Okay, sooner or later I will still have to face a war in space. I can use this incident to get an idea of the strength of my fleet. If it's not enough, I still have the Sky Guardian battleship as insurance. He made up his mind after some thought and ordered the unmanned fleet in the solar system to move. The heavy steel giant seemed to come to life in an instant, and its engine let out a quiet roar. Streams light surrounded the huge bodies of spaceships. The space was instantly destroyed and immediately reassembled. Some kind of strong vibration spread throughout the Milky Way as the fleet disappeared. At the same moment, hundreds of warships appeared next to Enclave Number 13. The trading station was already on the verge of collapse. But no one seemed to care. The eyes of all living beings were focused on the black fleet of unknown origin. The entire galaxy was shocked. Warp drive. Li Wenyuan often encountered it in science fiction. They all, of course, differed from each other in some ways, but in general it was just a way to allow a spaceship to move faster than the speed of light. Archaeologists unearthed this technology in some ruins, and it must be admitted that in the universe, she was the pinnacle of scientific thought. Warp drive, tech level. 8. Description. While light-speed travel has become an integral part of interstellar travel, we need to find a faster way to navigate. The technologies of an idealistic civilization have given us some inspiration. Perhaps we can directly break the continuity of time and space, recreate space at the quantum level, and make it consistent with the destination to achieve the desired effect. Warp drive was the latest technology in its branch. Li Wenyuan conducted several experiments and discovered that the so-called breaking the continuity of time and space to recreate space at the quantum level changed the position of the ship and the position of the space around it. That is, it was not the ship arriving at its destination, but the space in which the ship was located became its destination. In fact, this was nothing more than real teleportation. The spaceship, which just a moment ago was hundreds of light years away, appeared in front of them in a moment. Li Wenyuan didn't know how far the warp drive could transport him, but he knew that teleportation, even over such a relatively short distance, was worthy of 8th-level technology. At the moment, almost all the technologies available to him had basically already been researched. Therefore, the discovery of the warp drive made him even more excited about exploring the remaining ruins and artifacts. However, technology like the warp drive, which was more like a bug, naturally had some disadvantages. First of all, creating a rift required a huge amount of energy. The larger the space, the greater the energy consumption. Therefore, warp drive could only be used once in a short period of time. Secondly, teleportation required a large amount of data indicating the destination to construct a consistent space and time. It was impossible to reach places that you knew nothing about. However, these shortcomings of his were not worth mentioning compared to his efficiency. This time, due to Kuribo's urgent request for help, Li Wenyuan was not sure whether the fleet could save them in time, using normal movement in hyperspace. Therefore, he decided to use warp drive to arrive at the trading enclave as quickly as possible. All living beings in the galaxy are extremely wary of this mysterious fleet that suddenly appeared. B-Swarm was puzzled as to why the fleet arrived here without sending a hyperspace signal, while Kuribo couldn't tell which civilization the fleet came from. Being a mega-corporation, they could name most of the civilizations in the Milky Way, but they had no idea which civilization this black fleet was from. Mustache Mao, you know everything about everyone. You can tell where did this fleet come from. An alien with a long beard scratched his beard and said, "I don't know. If you don't know, why did you come so close to look? In words, you're a big-tailed wolf, but in reality, you're a short-tailed lapdog. It's not so. My eyesight is just not very good, and if I don't get closer, I won't see anything. If you have bad eyesight, go and get new eyes. Don't let the old ones just take up space. I'll have to pay my entire salary for 2 years to change my artificial eye. You young people are just about to acquire all sorts of artificial limbs, But with this approach, you will never be able to redeem your contract. Blaney did not hear the chatter of his employees. Instead, he was completely focused on the mystery of this fleet. As a leader, he certainly could not complain about a lack of experience or education. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take this place. Is this the Turbulence Empire? Not likely. Their ships are usually blue. Duncan Race? No, that bunch of pacifists never sent a fleet unless their territory was attacked. Kur Alliance? That's unlikely. The fact that these bandits did not attack us, taking advantage of a moment of weakness, can already be considered more luck. He remembered all the civilizations with which he had recently been in contact and which were nearby, but he did not match none of the conditions. Who else could it be? As he thought about this, he suddenly found an inconspicuous word from a corner of his memory. 10 years was a long time for a person like him, who is busy every day with all sorts of things to forget a lot fleeting meetings from the past. But among them, there was one that he never forgot. Maybe administrator? While he was thinking, he didn't notice that he had said it involuntarily. When he raised his head again, he found that all his employees were looking at him. Manager, do you know the origin of this fleet? Administrator is the name of their civilization. Manager, are we saved? Manager, you are simply the best. You are Kuribo's mainstay. Even in the moment of life and death, there were still people who flattered him. However, Blaney said nothing, although he felt that his guess was correct. He simply watched the battle unfold before his eyes. The bee swarm launched a probing attack on the mysterious fleet. Their goal was to completely destroy this trading enclave, so they naturally could not stop their plan simply because another fleet had arrived. Moreover, the queen of the bee colony did not think that the Black Fleet was a worthy opponent for them. Although she sensed the danger posed by these warships, she was confident that she could drive away or even destroy this fleet with sheer numbers. The group of bugs aimed their long and hard nasal cavities at the Black Fleet. These large creatures could compress the acid produced in their bodies and shoot it with a very high initial speed. They were the main means of attack of a swarm of bees. In the era of interstellar travel, where polarization barriers were widely used, many shields could not block this acid. This was because it contained a parasite that could change the speed of flight of the acid corrosive liquid. The acid could suddenly slow down, fooling some shields that specialized in blocking high-speed flying objects, and then quickly decompose the spaceship's armor. The Queen was also a skilled fighter. She knew that the ships of most civilizations had a thin shell, and despite great firepower, were very weak in defense. Although they could easily destroy large numbers of insects in one salvo, they were easy to defeat simply by overwhelming them in numbers. She was sure that the enemy would soon be defeated even with huge losses. But this time she was wrong. The acid disappeared the moment she approached the warships. The blue light that represented the shields flashed, but no one saw what happened. The Queen was stunned for a moment and then continued to shoot the acid corrosive liquid. The exact same scene happened again. The acid disappeared the moment it touched the shield, no matter whether it was at high speed or low speed. The Black Fleet finally moved. Their guns slowly turned and stopped in one direction. The swarm of bees that deliberately hovered in front of them had no effect. The black cannons were aimed directly at the shooting beetles hiding behind the countless bees. The next moment, a bright light illuminated the entire galaxy. Multicolored rays formed a scene of death, instantly evaporating thousands of bees that were blocking their path. The beetles, who tried to hide as best as possible, also failed to escape. At best, gaping holes the size of soccer balls appeared on their bodies. Those who were less fortunate were absorbed by these rays and were split into basic particles. This scene, of course, shocked the queen of the bee swarm, but she quickly began to think about how to fight back. Despite the large losses, they still did not exceed 1% of the total number of the swarm. But her thoughts were immediately interrupted by a beam of light that flashed past her body. At this time, on the largest warship in the Black Fleet, a huge weapon, even larger than the size of her own body, was aimed directly at her, and a light was already gathering in it, which did not promise her anything good. And this time the queen of the bee colony, the usual indifferent to everything, experienced a long-forgotten feeling of fear. The bee swarm was a colony of living beings with a collective mind. Each individual consciousness in it was under the control of a powerful main consciousness, and only a very small number of the most important individuals were semi-autonomous consciousness. The one who controlled this bee colony was the central person, and she was called the queen of the bee colony. But now, this queen was faced with the biggest crisis she had to face since her birth. Unique insects sensitive to energy emissions discovered its huge accumulation. The source was the main cannon of a warship of an unknown fleet, and the target was the queen bee. She didn't understand how she could have been discovered. All interstellar civilizations knew that killing the queen bee was equivalent to destroying a sandcastle. The entire colony would immediately be scattered throughout space, so she always carefully hid her position. However, she did not expect that she would be discovered so easily. For this reason, she had no choice but to order a large number of bees to protect her from the impending threat. At the same time, she sent all the other individuals into a suicide attack on the fleet. Countless creatures rushed at him like crazy from all sides, but they were all blocked by the blue barrier halfway. The blue spherical shield continued to flash as the colony of bees continued to try to break through it, but the smallest of them disappeared without a trace as soon as they touched the shield. Large individuals could withstand a few seconds, but they then evaporated into the thin air as if they had never been. This time the queen bee also discovered that this was a shield that easily blocked acid attacks. It was a barrier formed by a dense layer of high-energy particles. Anything that came into contact with it was instantly disintegrated to the atomic level. The only way to break through such a shield was to use a particle beam of the same energy level or a heavier kinetic weapon, but even then the power of the attack was significantly reduced. She instantly realized that the current swarm of bees is powerless against this fleet. If she couldn't even break through his defenses, what could she possibly do? Therefore, she could only use her swarm as a human shield to try to leave the galaxy herself. Huge energy fluctuations spread throughout the galaxy, and a thick beam of light seemed to pierce the entire surrounding space. Those watching the battle from the side could only cover their eyes so as not to be blinded by it. At the same time, the queen bee was desperately retreating. 90%, 80%, 70%. The consciousnesses under her control were rapidly disappearing like snowflakes under hot breath. The bees lined up in front of the queen in an attempt to reduce the power of the beam by sacrificing their bodies. However, their bodies, which had evolved over tens of thousands of years, were easily turned into cosmic dust by high-energy particles and did not have even a small effect on the power of the light beam. 30%, 20%, 10%. The total number of bees was still declining. No one expected that a swarm, the number of which was usually measured in tens of billions of individuals, would disappear in just a few minutes. This extermination was final. The bees, which could use most of the organic matter in the universe to regenerate themselves, were unable to use the base particles to do so. Eventually, after losing 95% of her swarm, the queen managed to block this attack from the Black Fleet. The smell of fried beetles seemed to be able to be smelled even in the trading area. Station and the survivors who witnessed this scene let out deafening exclamations of joy. "This is wonderful. These warships and guns are real magic, not like our patrol ships armed with some kind of water pistols. We are finally saved. Thank God. Although, no, I should thank myself for escaping death again." Such terrifying firepower. Is this warship a Titan? Only such a gigantic beast could be armed with such a cannon. But from the energy fluctuations, it seems that the Titan-class battleships we know are not as powerful as this one. Even the flagship of the Turbulence Empire is significantly inferior to him. Who is this administrator of yours after all? All kinds of emotions and questions were heard at the trading station, but Blaney simply ignored them because his mind was occupied with completely different thoughts. They were saved. As far as one can judge, this crisis had already been practically resolved, and this only confirmed their previous guesses. The administrator was indeed a powerful civilization, which for some reason hid itself from the rest. After the bee swarm was practically dispersed, the blocking of signals was lifted. He immediately reported everything that happened to the headquarters and already received an answer. This time he had to make even more efforts to please this mysterious civilization of administrator. Queen Bee was in complete despair. It was not only because that cannon was preparing a new attack on her, but also because she had lost too much organic matter. For her species, organic matter was the basis of development. She did not expect that energy contained in the beam will be so terrifying. Otherwise, she would not have dared to block him with a human shield. Instead, she would have chosen to commit suicide. In this case, the individuals, having lost control, would instinctively flee in all directions, falling into long hibernation in different parts of the galaxy, waiting for the call of a new mother's nest. But now, it was too late. It doesn't matter whether the queen survives or not. With less than 5% of the bees remaining, she might not even be able to make it through the interstellar space teeming with danger. She turned her gaze to the trading station floating in the distance. She could feel the energy from the black cannon gathering to attack, but how part of the collective consciousness, she never had the concept of death. The queen avoided danger only in order to better fulfill her role as an incubator. But now the time had come to sacrifice herself. The genes in the queen bee began to decay and be destroyed on their own. They soon dissolved along with her huge body, turning into a field of hormones containing information. The biological connection of the swarm of bees also mutated at this time. The swarm, which was supposed to fall into chaos with the disappearance of the queen, curled up into a ball under the influence of these hormones, becoming cocoons floating in space. Some people at the trading station noticed that something was wrong and began to worry. Blaning's eyes widened, and the mechanical arm holding the corner of the table even left a mark on it due to the excessive force he used. The next moment, all the floating cocoons began to move, and countless strange creatures with the same appearance emerged from their shells. They looked like an evolved version of giant flying one's ants, and their white chitons quickly turned black when exposed to cosmic radiation. However, the wings that bees usually used for flight were not on their bodies. It was safe to say that this would be more than enough to destroy the entire station. But unfortunately for Queen Bee's last wishes, the Black Fleet made its move again. The mysterious fleet made its move again. The surface of the Titan-class battleship lit up with a hexagonal light array, similar in structure to the structure of a bee honeycomb. It wasn't a particularly impressive sight, but it gave the survivors of the trading station a ray of hope. Standing in front of thousands of giant ants flying into a suicidal attack, they could only wait and hope that they would be rescued. The light emitted by the hexagonal formation became more and more dazzling, but suddenly went out when it reached its peak. It looked as if something had gone wrong during activation and caused concern among all the inhabitants of the station. However, they soon realized that they were mistaken. The bees that attacked them suddenly lost their orientation in space, and some even turned around on the spot. Before the survivors could rejoice at this, they themselves suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Fortunately, the dizziness quickly passed, and everyone gradually came to their senses. They quickly looked out the portholes and discovered that the dreaded swarm of bees was no longer a threat. To carry out the Queen's final wishes, they went through highly targeted evolution. The biological engine in the tail could produce enormous thrust, but also consumed a terrible amount of energy. The giant flying ant itself could not provide this energy continuously. Therefore, during their evolution, they chose a special energy supply plan that consisted of particles left over from the bees that were vaporized by the Black Fleet. These particles still contained a large amount of energy that could meet the needs a giant flying ant in the thrust for a short time. Therefore, using this external and their own organic energy, they achieved a very high speed from the very beginning and continued to move towards the trading station. However, under the influence of the Black Fleet, the swarm of bees fell into chaos midway, losing the necessary speed for their suicide attack. Their narrowly focused evolution also meant that they had no way to somehow influence this one. All their organs were literally created for only one purpose: to collide with the trading station. It can be said that the moment their speed decreased, the bees were already sentenced to death. Without the ability to move freely in space, they had no other choice except to float in place and wait for death. After some silence, the survivors at the trading station exploded with loud cries of joy and delight. Everyone celebrated their salvation, but after careful consideration. Firstly, the value of this technology made it almost impossible for Kuribo to reveal it to other civilizations, and this in turn excluded information leakage about him from their side. Secondly, ascension is a long and slow process. Although Kuribo already had the necessary technology, it will take a long time to apply it, and his image and reputation have become more convincing now. This will lead to he will be more trusted when he shares information in the future. Thirdly, if Kuribo manages to use this technology and ascend, they can become a strong ally in the future. At the same time, when he was hacked, he left a bookmark in their network to observe the development of Kuribo. In this way, he could determine the standard rate of progress of civilization. For now, he was confident that he had made the right decision. The galaxy is full of unknown dangers and no opportunity should be neglected. In the end, strength is strength. The more, the more. I don't know why people in this universe became extinct, but I must not repeat their fate. With this thought in his mind, Li Wenyuan began his expansion plan.